Okay, so today I'll do another YouTube session that is meandering and random. At least last time I had a bit of structure to it. I've done like maybe 2 of these lately with some amount of structure. One is to watch Skibbity Toilet, which I would totally do the rest of it, but the playlist is fucking backwards, so I don't know how you do that. I gotta figure a way, maybe I'll try to even do it now. So I watched like up to episode 7, and I was trying to give them some sort of deep analysis. They must get pretty good later. So let me actually try to do that now, but I don't know how. I should always do it before I start driving. I didn't have any sort of plan for it. But no, we'll either do that or I'll just look at random stuff. You have the Democratic National Convention going on, so there's sort of a good theory with like Obama being a 4-term president now because he's already done 2 terms, and then he basically even said, even if you say he's joking, like, oh, if I could have an earpiece in somebody's ear, like Biden, and just tell him what to do, as a 3rd term, and they're kind of saying it in a positive, encouraging way. So let me try to do it in such a way that you have, whatever, maybe I can do this. So we'll rewatch. I've done that even one time. I watched like episodes 1 through 6 or 7 until like the war starts apparently. And they don't even have really titles to them. So I just come up with my own, like the DJ toilet guy. At first I didn't even realize he was on a toilet because I'm like, why would a toilet be in a club? But we analyze and watch like the first 7 episodes. So I'll watch from like episode 8 and on here, and I'll try to basically do that. The titles of these videos are always so wild because it'll be like a 6-hour thing that I've done over the course of the week, and I'll mention like the most significant stuff in there, but it'll be like, oh, film critic reacts to Skibbity Toilet, but it won't be until an hour into the video that I actually start doing that, right? And I don't think that's really clickbait because I am doing it. It's just like when you have such a long thing, you'll kind of list out the most notable stuff because there's going to be a lot of other random stuff in there. So for now, we have to figure a way to... I should have really just done it when I fucking started, so we'll just kill some time now. It'll be Skibbity Toilet, but I want it to be that exact playlist too. Or I guess it wouldn't have to be a playlist, but then it just makes more sense because I keep saying we're starting in 3, 2, 1 or whatever, even if they're short. I looked up Skibbity Toilet reverse playlist. Reverse Skibbity Toilet hilarious. That's not really what in opposite order and reversed. I'll have to just use some other external link to try to do this basically. Yeah, there's all kind of expanded universe, multiverse type shit. But when you're looking at, this is so annoying. Like, why can't YouTube just have an option to do that first of all? Because then I have to keep going and maybe it's okay. Maybe I could do it, but just like every few seconds I have to keep looking over and fucking with this thing. Especially because they're so short. At least if some of them are a little bit longer, I don't mind. So you gotta go to Skibbity Toilet, you gotta go to the fuck boom guy. And yeah, I don't even hold anything against this guy. It's actually fine for him because he's done his part. Right, so this is the Fuck Boom Skibbity Toilet series playlist, not the full screen and not the shorts, because I assume it'll have both in there. So it has 176 videos in there. So I guess you could say these toilets are not full of water, but milk, because he's really milked it But also it's like, you know, you got to give him credit that he's able to basically... We got like a random Trump video, I don't know why. North Carolina helping other families. Okay, I don't know how I even clicked on that because I'm in the Skibbity Toilet playlist. Like, what could I have possibly clicked? Oh, I think I just clicked on the shorts button, period, and it just happened to default to that one. I like how everybody loses their mind about Trump so much, too. Like, he's not as good as some people say, but he's certainly not as bad as some people say, and all these kind of hysterical positions, like asking for voter ID is Jim Crow, even though everybody always did that before, and you have to ask for voter ID. You ask for ID for a lot of things. If you go to buy liquor, if I buy beer, I have to show my ID, but not if I have to vote. Like, what kind of shit is that? And then number two is, like, now the abortion thing, like, oh, they want to ban abortion fully, not just that they want to give it back to, like, even Roe v. Wade being rejected, being overturned, it doesn't make abortion illegal anywhere. Nowhere does it make abortion illegal. That has nothing to do with it. All it does is give the power back to the states. Now they can decide. So the only reason why it would be relevant is if the state you happen to live in happens to want to make it illegal, and then you have to take it up with the state, right, and vote for state officials accordingly. So that's fine. Like, in other words, if your state doesn't believe in that, then it won't change anything, right? Only states where they actively want to change it do they get the power. So the act of overturning Roe v. Wade doesn't actually make abortion illegal anywhere, right? It doesn't affect it at all. So what we can do now is we can try to basically... It's just so hard to navigate this. Like, it's really annoying. You would have to navigate it to an extent. I would still pause and start and stuff, but yeah, we watched episodes 1 through 7, so let me kind of recap a little bit. So, hang on a second, though. So, yeah, usually these episodes are pretty long, though. Like my episodes. It's like a 6, 7, 8 hour thing that I'm doing over a long period of time, over the course of like a week. And the reason why I'm doing it like this is a concession. I tried to do it more organized before, but I just gave up and said, fuck it, because it's the only way I'll be able to keep up with it. So it's more important, like, let me just get it up there and then we'll figure it out later, right? If I get a following, or if I get, you know, some demand to do it, I'll do it. But, which is maybe a bad way to look at it. I should do it in the first place and then I could do it. We watched like parts 1 through 6 or 7, so the war kind of starts. But you see how I'm trying to sip it like a fine wine and take it like really seriously with respect to analyzing it deeply and stuff. So we're watching the first episode here. So, and what I hate is the autoplay thing too. Like, all this stuff is very hard to do while driving. It's driving, I'm raining, I'm watching this shit, like... So again, let's analyze why is this so popular in the first place, besides the fact that he turned it into something with a, you know, just taking on a life of its own. It's like, oh, this guy's head looks kind of funny in the toilet, and he makes all these weird facial expressions, and he jumps out at you at the end, and the song sounds kind of silly, and sounds like he's singing Skibbity, even though that's not actually what it is. It's like, Give It To Me, but it's just fast, which almost doesn't seem like it would sound like that. Give It To Me by Timbaland, right, mixed with some other Dom Dom Yes Yes, which again, he doesn't really deserve credit for the song because he didn't make the remix, but he does deserve credit for identifying that it sounds like Skibbity, because nobody actually seems to say that before, right? Even a video that had the lyrics of it in there, right, whatever that Dom Dom Yes mashup is, it didn't say Skibbity in the lyrics. It said like Stibbity or something, like with a T, S-T-I-D-B-I or something, right? So even they didn't identify that it sounds like Skibbity, even though it does when you obviously say it like that. But So it started as a shitpost and it turned into fucking works of art that are going to be a Michael Bay movie, apparently. So we're starting this one. I don't even have to do the starting this one. Let's just analyze what these are, okay? So episode 1, you get the zoom in the bathroom, so let's see if we notice some sort of other details. I'm sure kids love that little neat part where he pulls his neck out all kind of long and stuff. This is maybe not the best thing to do while driving, but I mean, I'll give it a shot. This is the kind of thing, like, I wouldn't be willing to do this and waste my time watching this any other way, especially in such great detail and depth, but here I will because, you know, since I'm driving, I don't feel like I have anything better to do, really, so. What you have is a simple ability to do part 1 is, again, I can understand that as like a little shitpost funny thing as a one-off episode, but I wouldn't have thought that it would take on a life of its own this much. So I like the little zoom-in panning that we do from like the hallway. Now we're in an elevator. Right, so you have the little girl come in with the skull emoji. So we have like a different character on the right whose face I can't really... At first I wasn't sure really. That one ends on kind of a cool note. Are we supposed to count that as a casualty of like they killed one of their own kind? Because they start becoming very violent later on. But no, he must not have... And I always think the first line sounds like my status. Maybe that's what the lyric actually is. Like, my status hits an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. Like the line from Linkin Park, Encore, Numb, whatever, but I don't know, it's like my status, something. So here we have episode 3 where we start seeing the first evil machinations of the Skibidi Toilet people. We haven't really seen the camera heads. I've heard the term, like they're camera people or camera heads or whatever. The only episode I've seen them in, I guess, is episode 7. Even here, like, these aren't camera head people, these are just regular people, right? It was like he was making this up as he went along, and like he didn't expect for it to go on this long, but then he figured I may as well because of how many views it got and stuff. So episode 3 we're looking at. Everybody's looking on in horror. Average Skibidi Toilet viewer or average non-Skibidi Toilet viewer. So he runs somebody over, and I'll admit I didn't really notice that the first time I saw it. So we've had the jump count, and so they jump at you in episode 1 and episode 3. They don't actually jump at you in episode 2. They're too busy killing that girl and reducing her to, I can't tell if that's actually like a female character or if it's just the same guy with the green hair on his head. That might be what it is. So we have the jump count is at 2. Then they jump at you in episode 1 and 3. Then the kill count is at 1 with running the guy over in like a parade formation. The difference is I won't count them killing their own kind, as in, so the Skibidi Toilets have committed 1 act of murder and 1 act of public indecency, like, well, 1 act of like public fucking nuisance and making noise and stuff like that. Right, with a big parade, because at least in the first 2 they kept it in the bathroom or in the elevator that happens to have toilets in it. I'd have to be more familiar with Gary's mod to really say whether this is all that impressive or not. So what you have here is episode 4. This one I keep saying it's on like a cruise ship. I don't know why I feel that way. It could just be a restaurant, but I somehow picture it. There's nothing really to indicate you're on a ship. Or like the way the railing is out there would kind of maybe tell you that could be railing over the ocean. You have the little one come in causing a public disturbance. So public disturbance count 2 and maybe 3 if you want to count it like that. So there you have kind of not a jump. That's like a half jump because he just kind of jump scares you in front, but he doesn't actually jump into the camera. And maybe that's the whole joke with it. Like, oh, the cameramen are you as the viewer, and that's why they're jumping at you, killing you, right? And maybe they're dressed up like the spy because you only see them in first person for some of them, and it looks like he's dressed up as a spy, like in episode 6 or 7. I think that's in episode 7. film critic exhaustively analyzes Skibidi Toilet lore. This is what the world has come to. So that one I kind of like, because he comes in all small, and then he's just like it's like an oversized load truck. The big one's coming in behind, so he comes to clear the path and make sure it's safe for the rest of them, like the guy says in Signs, in such a corny, kind of hammy way. And so what you have now is the simple ability to do so again, they've killed one person so far. They've caused a public disturbance in episodes like 3 and 4 with respect to the parades. Right? Nobody cares what you do in the privacy of your own bedroom, or in this case, in the privacy of your own bathroom. But now when you come out to society, it becomes a problem. So you're causing a public disturbance and spectacle in episode 3, and now in episode 4 as well. Everybody's just eating their food in a restaurant or a cruise ship, whatever. And you have the big parade kind of coming in there. That one's face looks a little meaner than the one in episode 3, but maybe it's supposed to be the same thing. It's a little harder to tell in that one because it's like zoomed out. Now, episode 5, you get like the UFO sighting almost, where they're coming in like a fucking space fleet, like out of Star Wars or something. So now everybody's looking on in horror, similar to episode 3. Now you have the helicopters, but they don't actually kill them, but they're just kind of concerned. So this would certainly be another public nuisance count. We're looking at it almost like we're a lawyer trying to litigate the Skibidi Toilets. So in episode 1, no crime was committed except for jumping at the camera. So I don't know whether I should count that. Right, camera jump count 1, so that's crime 1 in episode 1. Then episode 2, there was no crime committed, but we maybe speculate that they could have killed one of their own kind. So that could be the crime in episode 2. The crime in episode 3 is that they run somebody over as they're causing a public nuisance and spectacle. Episode 4, the crime is just a public nuisance and spectacle, where they sort of come in and just make noise while people are eating their meals. And then episode 5, the public spectacle is, again, the same thing, that they're causing a UFO aerial disturbance, but they don't actually kill or hurt anybody. They just kind of, the helicopters are kind of curious about what they're doing. So the abilities of these toilets include being able to be detached from the wall and the sewage, because they have like those little wire lines going on the back, right? But they're not connected to anything, so just the fact that they can be detached from the wall is itself an ability. And then number 2 is just the fact that they can fly, apparently. And number 3 is they can seemingly come in different sizes, right? And they can seemingly jump out at you. Whether it's a suicide attack, like they just die after jumping out, or whether they can return to the toilet, I don't know. And whether there's even really water in the toilet is hard to tell in some of these. One of them gets flushed out now, coming up in one of these episodes here. Right, so like episode 6 is going to be the one where they basically decide to flush it down. And so we learn one of their weaknesses here, that they can be flushed and maybe killed, but then they all get upset. So they were coming in peace, but only now when the spy is kind of what the body model looks like, but you're looking at it in first person. There must be a spy with a camera for a head. But what you have, I'm assuming, but what you have is a simple ability to do, you have a simple ability to basically do it in such a way that you learn their weakness, but now you antagonize them, so they get very upset after you do this. But this is season 1, all episodes. Okay, we kind of just rehashed it anyway. So again, this sort of deep analysis, we're just kind of looking for trends, but we're also looking for crimes. I'm trying to litigate them and see like what number of crimes we can bring to court here. And we got to role play it out in like Ace Attorney Online or something, some courtroom simulator. Oh no, I forgot about this one. How could I dare forget? So wait, we must be on episode 8 then. So episode 6 is the DJ, episode 7 is the war, and maybe episode 8 is the toilet, or maybe it's the opposite. I swear episode 7 is the war starting. So episode 8 must be the toilet, where he flushes it down and kills one of them. So that'd be the first time one of them dies, aside from maybe episode 2 where they kill one of their own kind. And so now episode 6, the only crime committed in episode 6 is not a public nuisance because he's actually, this is one instance where you can make some noise and sing and it's okay because he's the DJ. So maybe that's part of the music and he's just doing his job. So that part is fine, but he does jump out at you. So that would be the crime here, like assault we'll call it. So there's either public nuisance where they're just singing the song in a public place and everybody's looking on, like in episode 3 and 5 from the UFO and stuff. Or it's assault where they jump at you, or it's a straight up murder where they run somebody over like in the parade. You could maybe say it's their fault because they were kind of in the way, but they just kind of carelessly ran them over. So episode 6 is a different song too. And apparently it's like a Lady Gaga Bloody Mary one. Like, how many mixes of this song are there? These must have already exist. So he jumps out at you at the end, so that would be the crime that he commits there, is he assaults you. Assaults you in the club. That's the most terrifying thing that's happened in a club since I've seen Serial Experiments Lane, episode 2 or whatever, where the guy fucking shoots himself after threatening to shoot Lane after getting tripped up on whatever drug he's using, the psychosomatic thing, I forget. And so now you have the ability to look at episode 7. And the reason why is because this is almost like caught up to where we are. I wish I could turn off autoplay, but I can't do shit. So this is at least refreshing to see the song change, and it's like a new character. But his head is like bigger in proportion to the toilet too. That song is actually unironically good though. I mean, not even saying this one isn't, but it's just different. So it's refreshing to hear that. And so now, again, the only crime is an assault jumping out at you. Perhaps a little public indecency that you're either using a toilet or just bringing a toilet to a public place. Like, pretend that's a medical condition too. Like, you always have to use the bathroom, or you have to have, whatever. So, like, I could be a judge and I could be sitting on my stool, like the bathroom, like a toilet. And it's like, I might need to go at any minute. So I always have to be, there could be some medical condition like that, or some famous character example who has to do that. Right? It just seems like that's what this could kind of go along with. Of course, they're kind of living in the toilet, but this is episode 7, where they come in a nice POV point of view. So in this episode, the skivvy toilets are actually the victim, where they get killed. They're kind of minding their own business. Maybe they're in a public place, but it looks almost like kind of secluded. So the spy comes in, and he flushes it down. So I would consider the skivvy toilet to be the victim here. So this is the first time a skivvy toilet has actually died, right? So skivvy toilet death count 1. Now he gets attacked, but I would consider this completely justified self-defense because you just killed one of them, and their leader, the Gmod guy, comes in, G-Man, I mean. So I actually won't consider that a crime in my expert legal opinion on the skivvy toilet. So that one's kind of a wash, literally, like he gets washed down the drain. But no, he's a victim. You walk up to a skivvy toilet minding its own business, even if it's causing maybe a minor public nuisance, and you flush it down and you kill it. So you murdered an innocent skivvy toilet, and then you get killed in return, or at least assaulted. So I think that's the punishment fits the crime. So they didn't actually commit a crime there because that's actually justified, right? They're just defending themselves. Just be glad it's not in a Democrat state like California or some shit, or you won't be able to get away with that. Right? They protect criminals more than the innocent for whatever stupid-ass reason. That's what Democrats are all about. They value illegal immigrants and they value criminals. Not that illegal immigrants aren't criminals, but I mean, they're valuing those two groups over ordinary people, which makes no fucking sense. We have episode 8. I guess I somehow thought this was episode 7, the War Zone. So this is the last one that I've seen. And this one is obviously, now we see the camera heads really for the first time, unless you want to say our character is itself a camera head, or maybe the lore behind this could be that the guy we saw flush the guy down the toilet in episode 7 was a camera head, even though we don't know that for sure. You could say maybe that's how the series works. Whatever we're looking at is always a camera head guy, and maybe that's why they're going to war. The camera heads, as opposed to the ordinary people that we've seen in several of these, like the onlookers in episodes 3 and 5, right? They don't have cameras on their heads, so this is the first time we see them. But maybe they're taking revenge for the guy who got killed in episode 7, where he flushed the guy down the toilet and got attacked. That was a camera head, so he gets attacked, and then now they're taking revenge and going to war over that. And so we see them lining up on one side, we see the skibidi toilets on the other side, and then we see like a spy up in the balcony getting attacked by a skibidi toilet as sort of the onlooker. So that maybe confirms my theory that like whatever we're seeing is from a camera head guy who looks like a spy. And of course the music is justified in universe because it's coming from the toilets themselves. So as you're looking on, you get attacked by a toilet coming up the balcony. So you could be a sniper trying to scope something out, but you get attacked behind enemy lines because a guy kind of sneaks up on you strategically. You're getting flanked. Imagine that's a new low in life for the spy. Imagine getting outflanked by a skibidi fucking toilet that's always singing a song that's super loud and conspicuous. Yeah, this is pretty cool. The war zone starts. So now we can look at episode 9 here, and we'll be in sort of new uncharted territory, as if I'm not already exhausted or burnt out or fulfilled by having watched so many of these up to this point. So here we gotta be a little careful, and I'll say the timestamp. Or maybe I'm satisfied and we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to watch more of this, but let's watch it and just see what happens. I'm kind of already tired though. I put so much effort into that recap that I almost don't even care. Like nobody has thought about it this deeply, but then again people probably have, considering how many millions of views they've gotten. And nobody's ever litigated it, I guess, in a criminal sense. So far the camera heads haven't committed many crimes because they just, killed one person unprovoked, which I guess is the same number of people the skibidi toilets have maybe killed unprovoked, as in episode 3, like he just runs a guy over in like this parade formation. I like what these YouTube sessions can represent, but the thing is that ultimately, I can never decide actually what to watch in them. Like, it's so hard to decide. There's so many good things on YouTube, right? It just is impossible. I guess I could sometimes react to some of my own things. But, yeah, let's look at this. Daryl Brooks. This is fucking hilarious sometimes. Daryl Brooks is the biggest clown ever. I'm dead. Yeah, I should do this. Let's watch some court stuff. So Daryl Brooks speaks ahead of being sentenced to life in prison. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Does anyone else join the Zoom call? This isn't a court, it's a circus. Now, I will criticize Jennifer Darrow a little bit, the judge, because she was a little bit too lenient, let him go on for a bit too long throughout the course of the trial. Not really relevant here. I guess the only thing worse he could have gotten is a death penalty. Look how utterly defeated he looks after clowning around. What's the matter? You don't have any lawful law objections anymore? Any tacit agreement of a... Everybody's happy. They're just relieved it's all over, this fucking clown behavior. It sounded like he farted there or something. Separation of church and state. None of this really matters now because you're already fucking sentenced. Okay, we don't need to see that. He's being too normal, sullen here. There is no mystery. Let's look at this one. Some of these are fucking hilarious, dude. There is no mystery. Daryl Brooks hints at calling ex-girlfriend starting in 3, 2, 1. And it makes people who defend themselves look bad, which generally is not a good thing to do, but he really isn't the guy to do it. Calling witnesses here. He cross-examines people. It's pretty fucking funny. He refuses to order them, and then he complains that they call him in a different order. He's being kind of normal here, though. He's not too bad. Just tell them the name. Who is it? Okay, we have a 5-second delay. Yeah, just tell me who it is. Look at his smile. It's playing like a guessing game. He's playing a guessing game with the judge. That would not be fair to say because you've delayed us. That's one of the funniest moments where he says, most judges wouldn't let you talk over them like this. Why are you playing a guessing game? She's giving her the option. This is true that this is kind of unfair. They can help you out, but it's not fair because you didn't have to help them out. Like, that's why it's always rigged. Like, with evidence, the state has to know the evidence, but you don't. But he doesn't have the choice. This is actually pretty fair, though. He is at a major disadvantage. See, the state's helping you. Like, you have to go through the evidence with the state, and they get an advantage because they know. But they don't have to do that with you, right? They should, but they get their hands on it. They have the advantage of the government, like the police being on their side. He's not actually being too bad here, and some of those points are actually fair. See, like, they're acting like they're doing him a favor, but they have no choice because he has to. You can chill with all that. She has a very good temperament, but she's kind of too nice sometimes. Imagine a judge asking that. He's a police officer. He's already been here. What do you mean? They're saying they're already here, though. How would they not know who they are? They already... Oh, maybe they didn't give testimony. They were just, like, in the lobby waiting. Isn't that too short, though? 35 minutes? Like... Then he'll say, oh, that's not the right order. I haven't been this excited for Bertram since I thought he was going to be Red John in The Medalist. And I came up with this amazing theory that his phobia would be clowns. That's why he wasn't good at poker, and that would explain the one thing. And so Jane would just do that without any indication to the audience, and we would look back, and that would be so much more impressive. He remembered he wasn't good at poker from seasons ago, and he has like somehow he evokes the image of a clown in the church. And that would have actually been much more deserved. That would be badass, because think about it. You had seen Bertram through the whole show. He had been pretty smart. And the one thing that wouldn't match with him being Red John is, he doesn't have a good enough poker face. And it wouldn't be because he's bad at poker or he has some sort of weakness. It would be specifically because he would see the jokers on the clown of the card, and that would throw him off a little bit. And Jane would deduce that that's his phobia. That would be God-level writing, actually. God-level. That would have been deserved. I would have had nothing to say. Because you wouldn't have known that from that's like in season 4 or something maybe. Right? Season 3 or 4. And he's helping Bertram with his poker face. And he never understood it at the time or thought about it at the time. But then he realizes, he has the phobia. And he pulls that out on Bertram. How exactly he would convey a clown's image under that pressure, I don't know. It could even tie into his friends at the circus. He could somehow arrange for them to come in there, and even then Red John outmaneuvers them, but then, the fact of a clown. That would have been actually great. Because that's like a seasons old thing that is revealed to you as something that makes Bertram uncomfortable, but you would never connect why, and now you realize, it was because the Joker is a clown, and he has a phobia of clowns, and he sees the clown on the card, and therefore that makes him at least uncomfortable enough not to be able to keep his poker face up. And it explains the one contradiction, like, how could he be Red John and have such a bad poker face? And it would be perfect. That would have actually been the perfect way to explain that. Even though I like Brett Stiles better, I could actually accept that, because I think I'm probably the only one who's ever come up with that idea. Like, that is so, like, me. I'm not necessarily the best writer all the time, but I come up with, like, these... I'd be, like, a good editor, right? I come up with an idea with an existing source material that makes more sense. Like the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, that Dumbledore says earlier in the movie, the stone has the power to turn something to gold, like dust to gold and human skin to stone. So that's what Harry was doing inadvertently in an adrenaline moment, as his powers are untapped. He has latent but untapped potential. And so the same way at the beginning of the movie with the zoo, how he opens the cage and stuff and puts his brother in there or something, he would do that with respect to, he would do that with the stone too. He's not really trying to do it, but he does in a moment of panic when Quirrell's choking him and he happens to be holding the stone. So he's sort of transferring the power and using it to turn him into stone, turn Quirrell into stone. So with his untapped magical potential and power in a high adrenaline, high octane moment where he happens to be just trying to keep the stone away from Quirrell, right, he happens to transfer that power over and you use it that way, even if he's not consciously super aware. And so that would be the better explanation. Instead, there's some kind of hokey thing, oh, it was the power of love and it's something your parents did. Again, that might come into play later in the series. Obviously, I haven't seen any other movie besides maybe the second one that he has some sort of hex on Voldemort or has some special thing, but it doesn't matter. It could have been explained so much better like that, especially in the movie. Just explain it with the game theory that we've already given you these pieces of information to work with, that the stone can turn human flesh to stone, and that to dust or to stone or whatever, and then it can turn... and we saw Harry's latent power at the beginning, like in moments of high adrenaline, or sort of sometimes without him knowing or intending to do something, like he opens the zoo display and gets his brother caught in there or whatever, his family member, step family. And so it shows you that Harry can sometimes, in moments of high emotion or adrenaline or inadvertently, he has amazing untapped magical potential, but he can't always control it, or he's not always aware of it. It was the perfect opportunity in that high adrenaline moment to have him do that on Quirrell as sort of like a last resort as he's getting choked and killed and keeping the stone away. Right, so you just explain it in a game theory way. It doesn't change the outcome, and it makes sense, because again, he's not intending to do that. He's not thinking about that. He's just thinking about trying to survive, trying to keep Quirrell away, pushing his face away. He's trying to keep the stone away, so he happens to be touching the face and touching the stone. And another good moment like that is the the moment of episode 5 of Sopranos, like where he's going against the other mafioso with the game theory there, where Chris would come to save him. These moments are actually amazing. Like, I really should be in that sort of position, not as the lead writer, but as somebody who takes something and so easily comes up with like a better way to express it. It's sort of my disappointment as a viewer too. It's like, if I was in the studio and I'm working with them, like I'm a producer or something, and I say, wouldn't it be so much better if this scene had played out that way? And I would like force them to do it as the producer, and it'd be so perfect. Like, I could fix so many endings. That Red John one, I didn't come up right away though. That was after years of thinking about it and debating it and talking about it, and I finally came up with that for Bertram. It's so unbelievably perfect, because it explains the one reason why he couldn't be Red John, and does it in such a subtle way from seasons ago that Jane would have to remember that. And it would be the perfect tie into his Carney people, his Carney folks. It would be a little hard to figure out exactly how he would evoke the image of a clown, but he would have some trick up his sleeve for that purpose as well. And it would be, I'm telling you, that is one of my favorite things that I've ever come up with in life. Like, it's so perfect. Because nobody would really think it, right? Nobody's really thought about it, but it makes perfect sense when you do. People might bring up, Bertram couldn't be Red John because his poker face wouldn't be good enough, but they would leave it at that. They wouldn't connect that, he might have had a phobia of clowns, and he happens to see the Joker card that happens to be a clown that happens to make him a bit uncomfortable. Right, that it would be a connection that only Jane would make, and it happened so long ago that you wouldn't really think of it now. It's so, like, it almost feels like something that would have been intended, and it would have worked a lot better than the garbage we got. Just that, he sees that McAllister has a phobia of a bird, like 2 episodes ago, and you don't think Red John would be aware that he knows that, and that Red John wouldn't have another gun, or so many other things. Like, imagine making that connection, though. You know Red John has a phobia. You know that Bertram wasn't good at poker, and you kind of try to figure out, why wasn't he good at poker? I never understood that. Either because Bertram's just so smart anyway, even if he's not Red John, or, like, how could he be Red John and also struggle at poker and keeping a poker face, unless he was just pretending. But, oh no, it made him uncomfortable to see those clowns, and nobody would have ever figured that out. But Jane has this epiphany in season 6 and then makes the connection and gives no indication to the audience. And then when he does it, he could either explain it or you would just know, oh shit, he remembered back to that moment and explained why Bertram wasn't good at poker and couldn't keep a poker face. That level of writing is actually God level. And this is why you need editors and stuff like George Lucas for his dialogue in the Star Wars prequels. That is God level writing. Honestly, I would have had no objection to it. That would have been perfect. I'm not even saying, because I came up with it. It's like, it works. It just works. It explains the phobia. It explains his one weakness. It would have been something really hard to figure out, right? It would have been at least a lot more difficult to figure out than the stupid-ass bird that we saw 2 episodes ago in season 6. Like, for a series that goes on that long, you need some clue like that was kind of in the background. It was like season 4 or something that that is just perfect. Like, I cannot come up with a better way to explain it within that context possible. That is actually unbelievably good. It just works. It's like I'm Todd Howard talking about Bethesda games. It just works. All the writing was already done, right? I'm just sort of piecing it together. And for Red John to be beaten like that, I'd be like, yeah, that's fucking impressive. That's fine. Red John could be... Now, you would still need some other contingency. Like, you set up something with your carny folk that would sort of come full circle. One of them dressed up like a clown, or one of them is a clown already. The only clown in episode 6-8 was Red John himself. But somehow you would have set that up. Right, and the clown thing... Again, it wouldn't be enough to simply have a card, right, in that situation. Just like, it wouldn't be enough to simply have the bird on your person or something. He gives Red John the breadcrumbs and, like, launches the bird at him. So it's the same thing. It wouldn't be enough just to have a poker card. That would just make him mildly uncomfortable and, like, make him lose his poker face. But you would need to somehow manifest a clown in there, and I don't know exactly how you would do that. Jane couldn't dress up like a clown himself, so he would have somebody ready lying in wait. Somehow he would have maybe a dummy of a clown, a doll of a clown, but that wouldn't be enough. Then you'd have... It ties in with the carny folks so well that the same way that the bird kind of does. Being able to hide a bird is kind of like a, party trick, circus trick, magician thing. So I understand why they were trying to do that, but it was woefully undeserved. That is a moment that, like, will traumatize you as a fan of fiction. Like, it's so terrible that... I'm not even saying, okay, don't go with my version, but give us Brett Stiles. Give us something else. Give us something deserved. Make it like a tag team of Brett Stiles and Ray Hafner. And then Ray decides to betray him and help Jane, and that's how he beats him in the end. Or something. Give us something. Right, like people try to defend it too, and that's just one of the, it's like trying to defend Democrats in 2024. Like with the open border and all this shit. Like it's completely just untenable, unjustifiable. It's just horrible. This is some other Darrell Brooks one. Let me see. Maybe it's the same one. Wants to face accuser. Oh, here we go. This one's good. He wants to face the state because the state is the accuser. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Call state of Wisconsin to testify. He's playing a semantics game. He's just doing it on purpose. He's trolling, but it doesn't help. Face your accuser, the whole state. The address is the whole state. Anywhere in Wisconsin works, I guess. You could, like, have an appointed representative of the state, but... He's right on a technical semantics level, but... Normally that would be correct if you have a person being the plaintiff. And maybe they should change the language of that. But that's probably true. He doesn't seem to be making that out. Like, what do you want them to do, though? Explain it. This is unbelievable. He's trolling. People who represent the state, I guess, could count. To ask for a representative of the state. It is actually a fair semantics point, though. Like, it makes it sound like that. In any other case, if I'm the plaintiff, you can call me. like the lead investigator for the police could be the technical representative of the state in that regard, right? She takes it so seriously, though. Like, she never dismisses his shit. Too many long periods of silence, though, in me doing this. That's what I don't like. I understand where you might disagree, do you, though? Or he tries to use the sovereign citizen argument, which to some extent is fair only not in this case, but in general, that your sort of social contract of society is non-consensual. You don't get to agree to it. You're born into it and indoctrinated, and only then. It's like with religion. You shouldn't be forced to go to church as a kid, or pressured or brought by your family. You should be able to decide when you're old enough to think for yourself. Same thing with society. You should be able to live in the jungle and decide what you want, but you're forced into it and indoctrinated. Subject matter jurisdiction. He didn't say he didn't get it. He just said he didn't look at it. It is tricky, though. Yeah, plaintiff is meant to be a person, normally, how, like state versus this person, but if it's an individual suing somebody or whatever. This is all just attempts at filibustering. He's just like reading from the book. Yeah, who would really be the representative, though? It'd be like the lead investigator on the case, or what? And then the jury always comes out, and then he still keeps fucking doing it. He keeps the conversation ongoing. The jury is coming in. You're supposed to shut up. But then you shouldn't be fit to stand as your own attorney. Being prejudiced. I guess those witnesses represent the accuser because they're witnesses for the state, so that works. But or like, what if there are no witnesses? Then, what if there are no accusers? It's not lawful law. I thought the jury was supposed to come in, but now they're just sticking around. Oh, that's actually a good catch. I'm not going to explain the law, but you have been the whole time. She lets him go on for too long, though. It does technically say that, the Constitution, to the point that I don't think it specifies the whole civil thing. I got to see the appeal case if he does do that, but they'll probably just deny it. He just doesn't get fucking tired of talking, though. Look how long it's taking for them to bring the jury in. She just lets him go on and on. A little Hans Niemann, record speaks for itself. Or even when the camera zooms away from him and goes to the clock to show okay, we're out of session, he'll still be rambling on. Like when he's talking about the 18-year-old girl who said she was 18 or whatever. You didn't say what age she... Okay, hands up. Ring video shows police arresting Darrell Brooks starting in 3, 2, 1. Objection. It's a feature of Ring. I didn't add that. How can you overrule it, though, before you hear even what the objection is? This is why body cam is so good and so valuable. Top 10 scary moments caught on Ring doorbell camera. Timestamp. You shouldn't get a witness to do that. That's actually a fair objection, though. You can't get the witness to read your evidence for you, right? That's not his job. You can't object to the judge. Overruled objection. Oh yeah, this was the whole COVID time thing, but nobody else was using it. Pull a V for Vendetta and have everybody dressed the same way in court, so that would never work. You'd never be able to identify who he is. She didn't even acknowledge the objection, she just kept going. Sometimes she indulges him too much. So he made what could have been potentially a terrible mistake. He's on the phone, and it was the mom's car, I'm pretty sure, that he used. Didn't pat him down. I mean, maybe you should have. As long as he doesn't have a car. Or somebody made a funny comment. He's in a wheelchair later, which I don't know why. In like some later hearing, right? This may be more recent. And somebody says, I don't trust this guy on any pair of wheels, with any set of wheels. Like, whether it be a car, whether it be a wheelchair, anything. That's actually classic. nothing was tempting for him to take, and if you suspect that, then don't let him in the first place. He sat quietly, needing no distractions, although I noticed he's an excellent whistler. So yeah, everybody would be glorifying this guy. What a nice, innocent guy. It is speculative what he's saying, but not so much the question. His statement is more so speculative. Demeanor, that could be almost irrelevant, but maybe not, because I mean it's a criminal after committing a crime. Or this could be hearsay because he's quoting exactly what he said, but you're allowed to do that in this case, but not what somebody else said about him or something. So much of court can be manipulated, just like you take witnesses at their word. You can't disprove what he's saying, that, oh, he said bro and stuff. So he was at least cooperative with this guy. I like this as sort of a catch me if you can type of thing. Just taking advantage of people's good nature. You go from one house to the next and you get away forever. Just exploiting the goodness of... This guy kind of rambles on a bit, but you do that sometimes with your own witnesses, right? You're not really cross-examining them. You're trying to get them to say what you want and say as much as possible. Or like they play his little rap song and shit. Right, his rap music video. That's actually not that bad. It's pretty well shot. Which again, that can be used as a character assassination type of thing. I have this weird, like I'm driving right now, I have this weird fetish actually ideation for, it's not really a fetish, but I find it really attractive when a girl is like, has a dog and she's like just walking by herself, like if she's attractive and like is cute. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm imagining that I would be the dog or something, but not really like that, but just, it's like a cute, innocent thing to do. Like, oh, it's just a girl walking a dog in a park. How cute is that? Right, like it's something, of course, there's a psychological tendency that's more like, oh, it's a form of egotism and control and narcissism that you want to have power over an animal like that, and it's, make them your slave kind of thing. But there's something kind of cute about that. I don't even like dogs too much, but I don't know, there's something about that image that is kind of a little striking to me. And now you got dragged into this situation because you were nice. Really, this would piss me off. I would not want to get involved with anything ever. But, I saw something funny the other day. I was in a parking lot, like outside a grocery store, right? I'm outside a grocery store in the parking lot, and somebody on a bike goes and hits a parked car, or like a car that's not moving. The car is stopped with people in it who are driving, but they're stopped for several seconds, and the bike just goes straight into it, and then they have an argument and blame the person in the car, but the car was stopped for many, many seconds, and the bike is just going straight, not even going that fast, but he goes straight into it, and it's like he just wasn't looking or something, or he's doing it on purpose. So it's like now, I don't know what happened with that situation, but it's the case where you obviously have a situation where you can just I could have been a witness and I would have taken the car side, but it was just so comical. I'm just like walking towards the store and I see the guy on the bike behind me, and then he just goes, I see the stopped car, and the car doesn't move at all. It's in the same spot the whole time, and he just goes right into it. Like, what the fuck? I like this kind of lawyerly stuff as a role play, as a gimmick in like fiction or whatever. I could role play it somehow, but I don't like it in real life because it's too much time and effort. I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on video, on stream. All this fucking noise. What the fuck is going on? That's all I could hear. Did you hear anything over the wind in that video? No. I like that one exchange. Like, who is you? You were there in the yard. Who is you? Like, he's asking, because that is unusual. That's almost improper. You shouldn't say that. You should say the defendant, or you should say the name. It's not fair to say you because you happen to be defending yourself. Right, that still kind of paints it incorrectly. You should still say the defendant, and then you can identify the defendant as you, or you already know, but sometimes I almost would grant that. I would play a judge in that debate format that I would do a lot, where I would just... Is the wind gonna be fucking mind-blowing here? So that's him putting his hands up. You didn't know it was Mr. Brooks at the time, unless he told you. This is teach you a lesson. You shouldn't trust everybody just like that. That person. Yeah, oh shit, he got a sustain. I love that thing with F. Lee Bailey or whatever, like, was a knife among the items you may have been searching for instead of asking for a knife specifically. There's some great exchange with that. Asking like Mark Furman, not that you were looking specifically for a knife, but was it among the sort of items you would be looking for, right, hypothetically? So then it forces you to answer because you're not leading and saying I was looking for a knife, but then you can still say, oh, he was looking for a knife among other things. I forget exactly how they do it, but it's very good. Yeah, I should watch that, the O.J. Simpson trial, which Judge Ito would just trigger me. Or that's one of the worst things that happens is swatting. Let's watch my top 10 swatting incidents here. This is really what it devolves into, just random stuff. We just watch random stuff randomly. just because you can. Whatever I feel like on a whim. Don't even have to show the video. Don't even have to do a timestamp. Right, because it ends up being like too... it ends up being basically too difficult to do all that. So now you can just do whatever you want. So like top 10 swatting incidents caught on I was going to say dash cam. Those can be pretty fun. I remember I had a binge on them like a couple years back, maybe around like 2020, where I would watch a lot of like creepy moments caught on dash cam or whatever. Just different moments caught on dash cam or caught on... Then I like the Ring doorbell stuff. I like that because that seems very authentic. It really is just like a crack addict outside your door, or it's something else, like that. But yeah, what other fetish sort of ideation do I potentially have? I mean, I like psychology to the extent that that's relevant. So a lot of things to do with that can be very interesting. And so now what you have is a simple ability to do... I wanted to do that, but now I can't look it up because not only am I driving, obviously, as usual, but I also don't even have a good angle to do this. I don't have a good angle to do the proper thing here with respect to the... maybe at the stoplight I could do it. No, but it's also like the wrong orientation and stuff too. I can't even fucking find it. I would like to do it, but I don't know. Let me see. Okay, I just looked up swatting in general, but now it's not going to show me like the best one. It's going to be, but no, it's like where you go on a Twitch streamer or somebody doing something live, and a lot of people, or just one convincing person, calls in that they have bombs or something, and SWAT, without confirming any information, just goes straight in and tries to defuse it or something. And you might think, why would they believe it? And I sort of do clown them for believing it, but you can kind of sympathize with them only on the level that if enough people do it in a short amount of time, you wouldn't know that, oh, they're just trolling. You would think that, 15 different people with different addresses all say it, so you don't want to take the time to try to verify it. You want to just say, well, why take a chance in case they are telling the truth, right? Then it would be too late, sort of a thing. So I can kind of understand with the sheer number of people, but all it takes is like a coordinated thing where like 50 people in the chat all say the same thing, and they all say that has a bomb or he's doing something. But you would think they could independently verify it a little better. Or like sometimes people do just get shot. They don't even do anything wrong, but you're just getting swatted and you'll get killed, or so many things can go wrong with that. But you can also go viral and fucking become famous off the back of it. Inside the alarming trend of swatting, 6 months ago, you're a little late to the party there, NBC. You got to look up like top 10 sort of moments to do with that. I'll be home by the time I get to even do this shit. Or yeah, that could be let's just observe fetish ideation. It's like, oh, the way that your girlfriend drives is really hot. Like how she puts her foot on the pedal. Like that's really so alpha. Look at her putting her foot down. Look at that, putting the pressure, and it's like you want her to step on you. All the stuff to do with feet has to do with submissive ideation, that you'd like to bow down to their feet, kiss their feet, be their footstool. It kind of makes sense because, again, all those things are associated with the feet, because so a lot of people are attracted to that, not even because of the appearance of the feet, although obviously some people are that as well, but because of the simple fact of these submissive ideation to go along with it, that it overlaps with so many things that you would basically say that you have a submissive ideation because, again, they're the lowest part of the body, they touch the ground, all of that, and so that's number one. And then the voyeuristic side also comes into play with respect to, just the fact that they're often on display and you're not really supposed to look, but you kind of can look, and it's not a big deal. It's kind of like this halfway perspective, kind of like how people dress in the first place. Like, oh, you're not supposed to look at a girl's cleavage or butt or whatever, but they also dress in such a way that would make you more inclined to do it. So I'm not saying that you're right for doing it, but also it's like, it's kind of self-aware. You could just dress in a very conservative fashion, and if you do that, then, you know what I mean, nobody's looking at anything because they can't or whatever. And so now you have a situation where you're basically able to do it in such a way that like that part I can understand better than just, again, the appearance is just subjective, so you can find any part of the body attractive. You can find hands attractive, hair attractive, and again, you might find those things attractive anyway, but to find them sort of unusually or noteworthy level of attraction is what would constitute a fetish to people. But again, it's also to do with that, where it's like the power aspect of it, like, oh, look, your feet are, again, you're so powerful that I'm bowing down to your feet, or I'm being used as your footstool or something. Or this is like one of those permissible fallacy things too. People would be uncomfortable with so many things, but then a nearness postulate comes in, or some sort of preconceived familiarity basis. I was about to go into absolutist speak there for a second. But yeah, it's let me look at a couple of these, I guess. Top 10. You could say these are some sick things to look at, like top 10 scary moments on Dashcam or whatever. But let's just watch it. Top 10 swatted. I've probably seen most of these, but I've probably seen this exact video, in fact, but so, top 10 gamers swatted live on stream, starting in 3, 2, 1. Why does it even have to be a gamer? It could just be anybody, like Hassan just chatting, fucking... And then the boomer parents, well... Oh, they pose as him. But how could they pose as him from a different phone? How would that even work? Big sheriff guy. It's not for... Oh, you... No, I didn't download that porn. That was my brother. That was my friend who came over. Or like they'll say that on the headphones or on the speaker. That'll be the funniest thing. Bomb exploding in 3, 2, 1, like in Counter-Strike. That is fucking hilarious, dude. The swatting itself is stupid, but I mean... I swear, officers, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know anything about a bomb. Bomb has been planted. But no, it's like, it's good for content, I guess. And I wouldn't even tell them that I'm live. I guess you would have to, but... They put them all in handcuffs just as a precaution, but... Or you're going to ruin my speed run. I was going to do a speed run world record, you dumb fuck. This guy's going to be mad. He's shirtless. Who the hell did this? I did. Me, smiley face. But he's too focused on his game. Or they didn't handcuff this guy. F the police donation. That was not cool. F the police. That was hilarious. That part is funny, but Counter-terrorist win. But yeah, I like how ingratiated that is too. You can play as the bad guys, you can play as the terrorists. And nobody gets upset about that. Every revolutionary is a terrorist in their own time. Little expression that I always use. Or they'll be mad, like, oh, how dare you not do the drop, or this or that. Or I love that moment, even though it's a little bad timing because they broke up a while ago, but Adept is hugging XQC because she got, like, affiliate or partner or something. It wouldn't be affiliate. I've got an affiliate. Partner. But yeah, the cops won't be too sympathetic about somebody doing a job just playing games when they're risking their lives in their job. But I mean, hey. Or this guy's playing, what is this? Is this... Is this DayZ or H1Z1 or what the fuck? I never got to play H1Z1. It like went offline and got rebranded by the time I was going to. Right, so you can still sort of play it. We have H1Z1 at home, but a lot of these don't have very good audio to them. Oh, we get a female cop sighting though. Or, like, it's really bad if you do it to, like, a little kid. If this guy's, like, a kid. Like, Booga from, whatever. From Fortnite's doing his shit. Sounded like McConnell Red or something. Somebody playing WoW. The real crime of this one is the quality. Oh, is this Swifty? Some of these they don't show for long enough. Okay, so today I'll do another one of those like meandering YouTube sessions, but I can never find anything good. I tried to do the 1,000 most viewed YouTube videos of all time, but too many of them were songs, and maybe a lot of them were songs for kids too. You're indoctrinating the children young into meme culture or whatever. You're exploiting kids that way. But, you know, for easy clicks and views because their standards are lower and stuff, you sometimes hear that with like kids' movies. Like, oh, you can't judge it too harshly because it's for kids. But if it's like Toy Story or something, if it's good, it's good. Like, those are great movies, period. So if it's good for kids, then it's... If it's good for kids, then it can be, you know, it's just good, period. It just might happen to appeal to that subject matter, wise, etc. But it can still just be a good story. Like Finding Nemo, it's a really good story, a really good movie. It doesn't matter that it happens to be for kids. Right, it still works, period, and there's plenty of... And again, same thing, adults, like, not every adult movie is good. There's a lot of garbage, so it doesn't... Quality and intended audience are two different things. There's even like that with genre. Like, subject matter doesn't matter is my old expression. It doesn't matter if it's about sports or action or whatever, you know, drama, romance, comedy. As long, you know, so anything can be done well, anything can be done poorly, so it has nothing to do with the actual subject matter itself. But that's where you have to be objective. I might not like sports movies, I might not like one thing or another, but I have the ability to basically, you know, you can still judge it on its own terms. You can judge it in terms of other similar works within the same genre. Right? Because nobody's going to like everything, but you can still judge it sort of objectively. Okay, it does this well, it does that poorly. And the whole point is you can still appreciate it on like an artistic level. And that shows you how arbitrary personal preferences can be. It's like, it might not really be based in anything. It's just like what you're used to or whatever. But, you know, like I always shit all over comedy and horror movies or just the genre overall. But it's like, they can still be done well, but it feels like even when they are done well, it's just kind of throwaway, escapist kind of nonsense, or it doesn't have like any sort of deeper value or attempt at that. Horror movies are especially bad for that. At least in comedies, you sometimes get some sort of character development or something. In horror movies, like nothing can happen the whole movie, aside from, some guy's out there trying to kill people, and it can still be enjoyable to watch. Like I think about the original Halloween. It is a good movie, but I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be, because all the characters are sort of bland, just stereotype, they're just school kids, they're just horny, they're just whatever, right? Babysitting and all this kind of stuff. They're not really very deep or interesting characters, honestly, and nor do they really aspire to be, because you have, they're just set up there to be victims, and that's all there is to it. I don't remember any of them really being all that notable. Even Jamie Lee Curtis, her acting is good, but it's not like the character is super notable, right? They're just kind of ordinary people. And then Donald Pleasance is kind of interesting, well acted. His character is more dynamic, but even then it's like, Michael Myers is bad and he's going to kill people, and then he does, and that's it. Like, by the end of the movie, what's really the character growth, or what lesson do we learn, what theme or anything does it have? And you might think, that's too much to ask, or it doesn't have to be that, but again, it doesn't even aspire to do that. It aspires to tell a compelling, thrilling story about, a killer, but so what, almost is what I would say. It almost doesn't even attempt to do that, and a lot of horror movies don't attempt to do that. It's enough just to have the creature, or the monster, or the gimmick, or the killer out there, and just have the main characters try to protect themselves against it, and that's really it. It doesn't even pretend to be about anything else. Right, so you have some that do that, like The Exorcist with religion, Signs with religion and faith as well. That's a good, at least there's some attempt at anything there. That's why I regard Signs so highly. Not only does it have that there as a dynamic, it has it in such great depth that Mel Gibson's character goes through an insane amount of development and growth and, conflict with his faith throughout the course of that movie. That is actually, it's one of the greatest and most complete character arcs that we've ever seen in any fictional work, really, because you go from, again, the beginning, he's lost his faith, he's saying, don't call me father, he's saying all this kind of stuff, and he's sort of indifferent and cynical, and there's that great speech on the couch where he's like, there's no one looking out for us, and then he regains his faith in a very dynamic way where the kid's having the asthma attack, and then he's sort of like, he's believing in God almost through spite, like, I hate you, he's saying to God, and he's like, well, I'll just do it myself, almost like an absolutist moment that he has there. But then you have, at the very end, he regains his faith fully, and even as fallacious as that might be, that like, God would have sent the aliens too. He's not just a God of Earth, right? But, so God would have sent the aliens, but then he would have saved the kid that he put in danger in the first place. I'm not going to poke holes in that, because that's always inconsistent in all belief systems, but like, you won't blame them for putting you in a bad situation, but you'll thank them for getting you out of it, right? Like, God saved me from this terrible tragedy. But if God is all-powerful, all-seeing, then why did he put you in that circumstance? It's like, it's to test you or something, but right, so then God's just a sadistic dick who's just trying to play with you and tease you and toy with you. It's like, or here's like one interesting concept. It's like, people will be in a position where they don't realize the nature of a process. Like, I always talk about this. So if you don't realize the nature of the process, you can kind of practice it in a half-mast way. You can't fully practice it, or you won't. You'll condemn both. Don't practice it too much, or like you're a nerd, or you're this or that. Or don't practice it not at all, because then you're apathetic. So you're locked in this half-mast state where you're neither fully valuing it nor not valuing it at all. And so you have this pretense of like, the only way you can take it seriously is if you don't understand it or think about it or even realize it is a process, and certainly you don't understand the true nature of the process. So you practice it at half-mast, and you reinforce it through externality. Like, anybody who doesn't practice it the same way is somehow you use that just to reinforce it. So you see that a lot with like social contrivance. It's a way that obviously you just are able to it's a way to reinforce a false absolute half-mass state. And so if you thought about it too much, you'd be aware of the nature of the process, and then you wouldn't practice it. So you have to pretend at a halfway state, like, again, social interaction emphasis. It's not just dependent overextended pretense, like they have some incentive or something they want behind it. It's not just that they want some zero-something, stimuli, acme, etc. It's not just that it's about appearance, pretense, artifice, things like that. So even though if you thought about it to any level, and if you hold it accountable in practice, that's what it is, you try to pretend and overextend, so it leads to the conflicts of contrivance. So it's not even saying what you should or shouldn't do with it. It's to realize you're pretending it's something, you're not paying attention, you're not really thinking about it fully, deeply, you're not holding it accountable to any sort of standard. So now a lot of inconsistency will arise because you're holding it as a false absolute, but then you're not holding it accountable and to that standard. So you're just pretending just for the sake of it, but then you're not actually doing it in practice to the same level. So you're placing undue emphasis that doesn't need to be placed, but it's a way to sort of overextend something. So let me see if I can find something here, but I don't know. Or like even watching shorts is annoying because it ends up being obviously too short. So I have to find some long form one-off thing that I can do that is going to be like, even those court case clips were kind of fun. And the reason why like Daryl Brooks or O.J. Simpson or Susan, I'm almost trying to keep calling her Susan Anthony, like Susan B. Anthony, Casey Anthony, and she actually got away with it. I like how people in the public eye are always so convinced that they know better. Like, I'm not saying that the verdict was correct, but this is why the court of public opinion doesn't work, because sometimes you would believe something just like the Hans Niemann thing. Oh, everybody's convinced he cheated over the board, but there's no evidence whatsoever and nothing was ever proven. So it still doesn't mean he didn't do it, but you would at least need to come up with a method and some other dynamics to it where you have the situation of people are easily swayed and become emotional and use a lot of ex post facto justification, like, oh, how could this possibly be? But that's not really what you're saying, because you have this ability to basically try to piece it together. Like once you made up your mind, or when you're looking for something, you'll often find it, right? You're looking for it to be suspicious, so you'll try to piece together certain things. And again, it's not even the claim that, oh, they didn't do it. It's just a claim that if they did do it, you should be able to produce the method, the means, right? The means, motive, opportunity. So I always look at things like the motive is always there. People, that's just human nature. They'll try to take advantage of things. They'll try to, whatever. I never doubt people's willingness to do something bad, like with any conspiracy theory or something. But I look at two things, like, so they would have the motive or the willingness, but again, do they have the means? How did they pull it off? Is it plausible? And then I use like the cui bono effect, like who benefits? You could say that's part of the motive, but it's more like, is it really worth it? So like to fake the moon landings, it could have been done, and NASA's gotten, certain millions of dollars from doing that, but would it really be worth it where every country in the world wouldn't question it? Or again, just to find that there's nothing even on the moon really. Like, it'd be different if, we found a paradise and you have to pay all your life savings to gain entry, right? Then it would be obvious that, okay, there's an incentive there. I'd be a little skeptical. But when you say you go there and you discover nothing and it doesn't drastically change life on Earth at all, and yes, you get a couple $1 million for NASA, but I mean, that's hardly more wasteful if it wasn't real than even normal government spending. It wasn't like it was that much all at once. It was just, what would it all be faked for would be my question, right? And it's too like imperfect of a lie, right? Like, why would you say, oh, we found this new planet, or we've been to the moon, and then we discovered nothing on there, really, right? There was no immediate drastic change to life, so compare that to certain other lies, or at least how lies are exploited, like religion, where, oh, the church requires tribute, and you have to give us money, and all this kind of stuff, right? Where in the Middle Ages and stuff, the church was very exploitative. That would be actually fair to bring up, because, at least they're getting something out of it, so that gives them an incentive. Now, to be fair, that's not always how it is, or originally was, but at least it was used for a questionable reason, right? Some other ulterior motive incentive behind it. So there's always that dynamic. There's also the ability to basically I don't know, let me see if I can find something here. So I keep trying to watch Skibbity Toilet and react to it, but then I end up recapping only the first, I guess it's the first 8 episodes. So we're episode 9, where you can see this golden toilet maybe up on the top of something, but I haven't actually watched it. So I try to keep, let me recap, but then by the time I do that, then I'm already fed up of it. So we've done the recap effectively before, so fuck it. Now we'll just go into the next thing, if I feel like even doing it. The biggest thing is if I could reverse the playlist, because I wouldn't even watch it straight, because there's always a delay in between, so I would still have to pause and go back to the beginning, but at least then you can basically do it a little bit easier than what I have to do now. But no, I don't like the suggested system, because it sometimes shows you the same stuff over and over. You watch a video from one channel, then it'll keep showing you stuff from the same channel, or you watch a subject or something, and a show, and it'll keep showing you the same thing. You want to see something similar, but not exact, not the exact same thing. Let's watch this. Hikaru getting mad at chest bra or whatever. Now I'm going to have to flag. The flagging etiquette is really, just making somebody run out of time is a big thing online. I don't like it, but I can understand why people do it, but that's also why I don't like longer formats, but even in the, shorter formats, but even in the longer formats, sometimes it comes down to that anyway, so I want to get to the point where I can just play an actual high-level chess game like this over the phone as I should almost try that. I'll just put the game up here, and I'll do it by voice, and I'll just try it. That's actually not a bad idea. Because there is a voice feature on there. So if I say I'm recording and I'm saying what that would actually be fun. I'll try it. Why not? It's voice controlled, and again, it's very distracting, but to some extent I'll try to do it, I guess. No, I shouldn't though, but I'll do it when I'm stopped here for a second, and I'll still try to do it over voice, just to see something I almost would have been willing to do if Omegle was still up there. I could find something like that. You could always debate people on there and stuff, and let's just talk about random subjects, but people tend to be so incredibly stupid that I just don't even care. I'd rather I can play devil's advocate with myself better than people can do, even if they genuinely believe something. So I'll make a better case of something I don't believe than other people making a case for what they do believe, just because they're so emotionally attached or whatever. So that's always a sign, right? The louder you have to be, the more you have to overcompensate, the more emotional you have to get, the worse your case actually is. Because if it was actually true, truth is kind of quiet and almost boring, meditative kind of state. The fact that you need oxygen to breathe, to survive, right? You don't have to say that super loudly or crazy. It just kind of speaks for itself. Or other basic truths of the world, you wouldn't have to place any special emphasis. But the more emphasis you have to place, that's where the worse it is. So that's where performative aspects come in, this notion that that everything is first of all physical, reactionary, initial level basis. Projecting zero-sum things, zero-sum means, or stimuli acting. But beyond that, you have this ability to basically you have the ability to do it in such a way that like the person who fakes something seems natural in faking something, like undue emphasis, social contrivance, that will be an instance where it seems natural because they're faking it well. Or if you don't fake it at all, you don't try, or you don't fake it well enough, right? I was like, oh, look how hard they're trying to do this thing. But the person who doesn't seem to be trying as hard is also still trying to do that same thing. Or maybe it's the opposite. Like, the person who has to fake it is doing it for an incentive, but yet you are too stupid and you buy into that or you play into that. But the person who isn't placing any emphasis is just being, more natural, non-neutral, don't really care. They'll be seen as somehow doing it because they're not overcompensating or because they're doing something else, like, I don't know, it's like non is projected into something, and then even actively, outwardly doing something is seen as like a false inherent state. So again, it's not to condemn or praise or take a position on any of those, because the whole basis is it's like a template. You're not even saying what it is that you're really talking about, but what you have is a simple ability to basically look at it from a perspective that you could have no position, but people will project it into something. Like, you could just say nothing, do nothing, and people will project something that they see themselves, or they think themselves, or they want themselves. Like, the only way I would act like that is if such and such, even if you're completely neutral in any way. And then the other point is that if you take an outward practice, they'll take that as a false inherent, like, oh, that's just normal, or how it would be. The problem with all these is you should always view an outward standard as outward, and undue emphasis as undue, and so then you can decide to apply it, but don't take it as an absolute or a false inherent, because then you take it for granted. So it turns into like certain things you're defined by not doing. That means it's artifice. Like, you're defined by not doing it, not by doing it. In other words, then it means nothing. You're just doing it as a artificial routine sort of thing. Like, even saying thank you. Thank you is like I had some expression for it, like the slavery of the half-mast indoctrinated people, a way to keep people enslaved, like, including yourself, to the standard. Like, in other words, you're making social contrivance in the place of inherent value. If a process that you practice has inherent value, you wouldn't need social interaction at all, nor you wouldn't need to say things like thank you or blah, 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 or be nice. You don't need to be nice. If you have a good product and you're doing a good service, right, you wouldn't need to overcompensate with niceness, or it shouldn't come down to that, or that shouldn't be the defining factor, because if it is the defining factor, that means it's overcompensating for some lacking elsewhere, or it means that it's just not adequate, or, it wouldn't be necessary, it'd be sort of redundant. So all that stuff comes into play, and then you have the ability to look at it like, you project a certain basis that is able to basically look at it like I can't remember. It's just sort of this opposite interpretation that you're able to consider that the more performative aspects you have to do, the more undue emphasis you have to place, the worse it is. So what people dislike isn't that you're placing undue emphasis and artifice, is that they can identify it at an initial level of thought, whereas any sort of deeper level of thought would tell you that, well, that's going to be present anyway, or it's all, the very nature of social contrivance is artifice. So you do it all to overextend for some interest, but again, you wouldn't need to overcompensate in that way if you were truly something else. Or here's like a good superficiality protesting that I would talk about, like if you have dressed a certain way or whatever, like, like the same society that says, oh, don't look at women only for their looks, is the same society where women spend hours in the morning getting ready, putting makeup, so much money and effort and emphasis on makeup, lipstick, perfume, on clothing choices, dressing a certain way, all these kind of things. So because your mind is still in a primitive state, and society is like at this primitive basis that, superficial appearances, stimuli, acme is the highest measure, you are the one who are placing emphasis on that. Like, you could just don't place as much emphasis on your looks, and then people won't care about them, right, when they're only important in a certain very limited context, but people play into that a lot. So I don't really respect the criteria that would say, don't look at people like that. But when you portray yourself like that, it is a choice. And the truly higher standard, this is where people fall into false duality, like, you should be more conservative and dress less revealing. That's one standard. Another standard would be, you can dress however you want, and it's freedom to dress kind of, more revealing. That's part of women's pride and power, and it's this and that. But the real absolutist that would take no, false duality position like that would be, you could wear whatever you want. You could wear the same thing as everybody else. You could be a nudist colony where nobody wears anything, and it would all be meaningless. It wouldn't be, so it's not about positive or negative emphasis or one side or the other. It's like, it's not a very important process, so it wouldn't matter. It's just the human body. You don't have to obsess over it. You don't have to put a stimuli acme. That's the whole irony of it, right? You can live in a nudist colony, and it's no big deal. But instead, people in society, they're obsessing over this person wearing a skirt. Why would it matter? Like, it's this lack of self-awareness, self-control. It's a lack of understanding of a process. It's not controlling the tendency, but being controlled by it. It's undue emphasis that's being placed. It's inhibition and overcompensation. The fact that you're inhibited from it all day, every day in society makes you unduly glorify and place emphasis on it, right? Overcompensation, imbalance, overcompensation. If you simply treat it for what it is at a base inherent state, then it no longer holds such sway. You would see it for what it is. You wouldn't treat it like, it's love and base my whole life around it, marriage and stuff. You wouldn't see it as, it's the meaning of life, it's the end of the world. You would just see it, it's a base, inherent, natural process like animals humping in nature, and so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It would just be, you could do it when you want to do it, but you could also just not place such emphasis on the basic human body, and so it is that restraint that actually creates undue emphasis, that you have all day in society, you're told not to do something, and you sort of play into it, tease around it, just to sort of come back around to it anyway. So it's being framed as like a false negative and some of this. So let me try this with I think I said I might do this before, but I don't really even want to do it. I just want to test to maybe I shouldn't do it. It just seems like a fun idea that you could, let's look up what is a game that we could play entirely with our voice. And the answer is probably chess does have some feature like that. It's a good way to sort of learn notation too. But it'd be very hard to really keep looking at the board and right when you're driving. That's one of the worst things to do. Not that I couldn't calculate. I mean, I guess you should be able to see it in your head. But not that I couldn't calculate it or make my moves. But to look at the board and see their moves and stuff, every turn and stuff, that can be kind of bad. So let me do ASMR eating mukbang chess audio only gameplay, where we get to make the moves with my voice only while using while doing it on your phone in your car. Let me just try it. There is a way to do it, but I don't know how well it would work or if it even works on phone. I think I tried it on the computer at some point here, but let me see. So you have, what would I have to do to make this happen here? Sound. Let me see. This is like Rehashes. So Rehashes. Play with voice. Or I could just look up in general. Yeah, what are some things I could do? That could actually be interesting. How to Rehashes voice. Maybe you can't even do it on phone, but you should. Use the hamburger menu. Does not turn your microphone on. Voice button lets you do. It should just be a link just to do it. I'm making it too complicated. Okay, the chest with voice. How the fuck? Voice recognition beta. Okay, how do you do it? Or it's available at the, this was a long time ago, like at least a year ago, so it shouldn't be in beta anymore. Looks exactly like a real test site used to test. How do you do it for real then? Maybe we have to use the other one. Okay, let me try it. Preload chest account. Okay, log in. Enable voice input and preferences game behavior. Input moves with your voice. So now we can try it against. We can try it with a. So how do you set your mic thing or whatever? It would automatically do it, I guess. Let's play. No. Okay, let's go and try to do a bot. Just so I can test it against there, and it should work online, obviously, as well. This is really hard to navigate on the phone itself. Let's see. How do you even play a bot? I can't remember anymore. Okay, play with the computer. Doesn't really matter what we're doing. Just okay. So now. It might not recognize the mic here. None selected. So you're going to tell me that because it's a phone, it's not going to recognize the... Push shift key to talk. Is there a way that you can simulate that or what? Or now it's downloading. I don't know what it's downloading. It should be very easy on your phone because it should just be automatically, your phone's speaker that you would use to talk anyway. I have no idea why this is so difficult. I mean, you could attach an external mic, but then that's what I was trying to do in the first place to try to, record at a better quality. So now, it's a very oddly specific thing I'm trying to do. Speakerphone, headset, earpiece, Bluetooth headset. How do I know whether it's working or not, though? Speakerphone, headset, ear. Okay, let me try. Pawn to D4. Pawn to D4. Knight to C6, knight to F3, knight to F3. So let me try each of these. Speakerphone, headset, earpiece, knight F3, knight F3, knight F3, knight F3. Knight F3, knight F3, knight F3. It says speakerphone, but how does that work? Video tutorial, use the voice button to toggle voice recognition. Use push to talk in noisy surroundings. Night F3. F. Night F3. At least this is sort of acknowledging it. Or it gives you like a chance to sort of cancel it too. This could be fun. My thing is kind of blocking it though a little bit too. The steering wheel. So if I was driving, so pawn D5, or the real problem is the notation. I won't even know offhand. Pawn D5, pawn D5, pawn D5, pawn D5, pawn D5. It's even saying correctly, like in the text aspect of it. So now you have, I already made a messed up move too that I wasn't meaning to, where all this rambling is going to, now, bishop C4, bishop C4. Or do you have to click that thing every time? Like, why should you have to do that? Like, every move you have to fucking... You somehow have to reset that. Bishop C4. Bishop C4. Resign, offer, no resign. Bishop C4, bishop C4. Bishop C4. It's even saying that. So now, knight E2, knight E2. I don't get it. Why wouldn't it just stay on? Menu to change speed settings. Push to talk in noisy surroundings. The only bad thing about this is, no, yes, we can. Like, why wouldn't it just always work? So, knight knight E2, knight E2, knight E2, knight E2. Now, castle, king, castle. So this will ruin the whole thing of trying to... That's so dumb. Castle. It should kind of know what that means. Castle the king. King, castle. It's like there's only one castle you can do anyway. Short castle, kingside castle. King to... Oh, I guess you can't do it because of the bishop. That's why. I'm trying to make a legal move. Well, that's only because I made that one move that I didn't mean to make. Right, I was trying to put the knight to C whatever, or to F whatever. So now, pawn A3. So pawn A3 was correct. Or maybe I have to say, listen, and now we have pawn b4. Listen, pawn b4. Move, pawn b4. Let me watch the video tutorial, then I don't get it. It's so good if you could just... voice input guides. You have to click that thing every single time, apparently. Or somehow my thing got disconnected.
Immediately, unless the command is ambiguous. This is the most intuitive, but it's kind of dangerous to play this way unless you're a careful speaker with a good mic. So let's get started. Let's see what he does. Okay, I'm not very familiar with this opening. I'll go to the side. Let's see what happens. Alright.
Not familiar with this opening, then why are you making a video about chess? You should know all the openings like the back of your hand.
Alright. Let's say you can also give valid stand. So, knight c6. Alright, now when you have captures, you can say takes, and it'll show you the available captures you have.
So he's like holding down a button, but show me how to do it without that.
Oh, that's very interesting. Alright, so I can also say pawn takes pawn. That's unambiguous, so it's going to go ahead and take it immediately. And we'll put the queen. Take the queen. There's only one way to take the queen, so we'll take the queen. Alright, now things are going good up until this point, but it's just a matter of time before I misspeak or we just mishears a file or something. So I'm going to turn the timer on. And what this does is it just gives me a short window that I can cancel a move before it's made. And let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, we've seen the cancel option, like where it'll show the colors and...
No. You see, it pretty much immediately when I said no, cancel that move. And it hears much faster when it's on the timer because it has a very reduced vocabulary. You can only say yes, no, or a color at that point. You say anything else, it's probably going to interpret it as a color and make some random move, so you can have multiple arrows on the board. You don't want that. Anyways, let's go ahead and do e5. Yes. D6.
It's not showing how to make it listen all the time.
And E6. Yes. Alright, now I'm going to turn the clarity down. And this doesn't change anything in terms of the preferred move, but it will give me more options on the screen in terms of arrows and moves I can make. This can help if you have a bad mic or a lot of background noise. It gives you a lot of matches for what you could have said. Sometimes, like I said, it won't hear you perfectly, so it'll show multiple moves that kind of sound like what you said, but not be exactly. So let's go ahead and change the... No, I'll show you castles now. Castle. Now it shows you both castling moves here. You can also pick one by saying long castle or short castle, queen side castle or king side castle. Let's try that. Long castle. Nope. Short castle. Nope. Now let's go ahead and do something fun because I think Stockfish is in a bad position here and we want it to give it a chance. So let's say king. Show king moves. Blue. Okay. Now what you gonna do?
It does those little color-coded arrows to try to guess what you're trying to say.
Yes. And that's that. B5. Yes. I think this one is close to over. And that was a blunder. There's like a slight chance anytime Stockfish makes a move, it's just going to say, I'm going to make the worst move possible. If you're playing at a lower level like I am. Yeah, pawn takes knight. And let's see. Okay.
Well, it worked reasonably well, but it's just this thing that won't... he's holding the shift to talk, and of course we don't have a shift really here.
I don't want to make a too long video, but I do want to mention, if you're a teacher or a coach and you have students that are still learning coordinates, voice is also available in the coordinate trainer. So let me show you real quick. Let's just get out of this. Okay, here we are in coordinate trainer. You want to make...
Well, he's not going to show it. Let me see if we can change some setting. All right, here we want pawn b4. Pawn b4. Listen, pawn b4. Like pawn b4, and then from there it gets very confused. Listen, listen, pawn G3, pawn G3, look at how hard Stockfish Level 1 is punishing me for that stupid pawn move to F whatever. Pawn G3. That is so dumb how I have to do this every time. I guess you're not moving all the time, but this is just... It's so good except for that. Like, why... And you have to hit it twice. Like, it was listening, but it's not really doing it. Now it's listening. That's going to be fucking bullshit. Like, let me try it in a proper game, then. Let me try, like, a 10-minute game here. Or you have, same thing. I'll make the first move just because. But now, do we have knight F3? F3. Knight. Okay. It likes that move a lot. It goes pawn. So we'll go bishop C4. Bishop C4. And then, so it's working here now better. I should probably do a 30-minute game anyway, too. And now knight G2. Rematch. Knight G2. Knight G2. Knight G2. Purple, knight G2. Knight G2. Knight G2. Knight G2. Knight G2. Oh, it's E2. Knight E2. I was gonna say. Knight E2. Green. Knight E2. Knight E2. It says it properly in text. That was actually my fault. That was saying the wrong notation. Now, blindfold off. It turned on blindfold somehow. Blindfold off. So, knight, blindfold off. Or knight D4, blindfold off. Knight D4. Knight D4. Knight takes on D4. Knight captures on D4. Pawn C3. It's just a little slow sometimes. Pawn D4. pawn d4, pawn d4, pawn capture d4. Okay, that did g4, apparently. King d2. King d2. There's a certain level of a hard mode that you would have to do this. As far as, it would try to constantly sabotage you, too. It could be interesting to do that to some extent, but you could leave, like, a classical one in the background, so then you could take your time. So in the multiplayer game, it seemed to work fine all the way, like, in the multiplayer one, the voice was picking up the whole time, whereas in the bot one, it wasn't. So I guess that somehow is fine. I am intrigued by this, so I could talk about other stuff too, and if it fucks up, it's fine. Like, I don't care even. But you'd play like one game the whole drive, though. So let me consider. I might do it, but then I'll talk about other stuff too. Or like I'll look up what are the best games to play with voice that, anything turn-based like this. You could do Go, you could do Shogi. This was just a feature I remember seeing like last year, where it's actually pretty cool that you have the ability to just use voice. I mean, anything should theoretically have this, or there could be some workaround where you could make it recognize it in some other way externally, but this is at least built into the site. Like, I don't think chess.com has that. So, yeah, that one was kind of dumb. But you would have to, like, kind of... You could always input this into a thing. I could, like, match the video of a hypothetical game, or I could show the game, like, after the fact. But you would know based on the thing that, you would know exactly what you're doing, because... you would know exactly what you're doing, and the reason why you would know exactly what you're doing is because you would obviously have the ability to I don't know, like, you could imagine the position or figure it out based on the move. Well, I guess I'm not telling the opponent's move, so then I'll say the opponent's move to explain it, but then they'll move a pawn to a square, and then by saying the square name, it'll capture on there even if I don't mean to, just by me simply explaining it. So it's like, I don't know what the purpose of this is, but no, this would be one of the best games for it, because you can play like a long format too, like a 30-minute game or something, just to try to figure it out. And this try to help you learn notation and visualization in your head and stuff, to the extent that is relevant, obviously. Okay, so we're starting here a classical game, so it's going to be, I don't know if I'll even say the notation of what they're doing, but just whatever. Okay, so pawn to g6 So we already did the knight up there. So pawn to g6. Pawn g6. Right, so at least we have plenty of time to mull over it. If something moves by accident, then it's okay, I don't care. So we're doing like a basic King's Indian structure that clearly I don't really know, but... So now, bishop g7. Bishop g7. Okay, it's almost like you can't talk too much, but that's the whole point of this. Okay, or at least when they're thinking for a long time. Castle, short castle, king castle, 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 castle. Short castle. There we go. He's trying to resign and stuff on moves that I obviously don't want to. At least it makes you confirm it, though, but maybe if it does it again, it won't. Or it's like always delayed, so I think I'm talking on their turn, and then... So they bring out their little thing here. I'm afraid to say what they're doing because then I'll mess up. So pawn to f5. Pawn f5. Pawn f5. This is kind of dumb, and I don't know why I'm even doing it, but pawn f5, f. Or d5, pawn, oh, whoops. Well, it already did something wrong. I'm doing this more so just to test it. But it even says it correctly there, but I guess there is no f5 because I have my notation all wrong. It was meant to be what it just did there, which is d5. It did it already without me saying it again. So this is bishop g3, bishop g3. Bishop g3. Or no, bishop g4. Bishop g4. To sort of pin the knight to the king here. Bishop g4. Bishop g4. 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 You have to sometimes just keep saying it over and over. G4. 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 Blue. G4. 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 Bishop g4. It moves the fucking knight. What the fuck are you talking about? It went to like e4, I guess. Okay, this might be a little bit too much to handle, but at least it gives you the option to potentially do this, especially if you were a lot better. Or now it does it. And now it does it. Why did my opponent blunder a piece? Oh, it's because they're fucking not only playing on a phone, but playing with their voice alone. It's a fun idea, though. I'd be interested to see. I was supposed to look up, like, what other games would be good in this capacity. So now you have the ability to... Knight c6. Knight c6. Knight c6. Knight, man. So we move the pawn now randomly. Some of this is kind of troll. Some of this is troll. I said it's trolling, and then it opens up like a fucking menu option here. Or it does it like one move late because it's delayed or something. So knight c6. 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 Fuck me. Knight c6. 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 Holy shit, bro. Knight c6. Oh, it takes on like f2, I think. Okay, this one's kind of a disaster, or maybe it would be more fitting to play against the bot or something, but then again, it's basically the same thing. But okay, this one didn't work out too well. Let me maybe try another one. I don't know. I want it to be like really accurate just to kind of show what this can be like, but I guess I'm not really showing it. Or if there was ever a thing where video would be relevant. And the first move I just make manually because I feel like it's it'll abort otherwise. So, and I misclicked it too, but whatever, dude. Okay, bishop c4. Bishop c4. c4. Purple. Purple c4. c4. Bishop c4. Purple. Bishop c4, bishop c4, bishop c4. It's just not even working anymore. Or I love it when it says it in the text, but then it just won't do it in practice. Like, this is good because you can really take your time. So only every couple minutes. Okay. So now bishop b3, bishop b3, bishop b3. I'd rather talk in their moves, but then they're not taking long enough, at least not yet. Bishop b3, bishop b3. This is what good chess players would have to do. You play chess in the fucking car, and you think about it all the time, all day. Bishop c b3, b3. Purple, purple, bishop b3. It keeps showing the arrow colors and stuff. I feel like it's okay. It captures on somewhere that I had no even notion of what it's doing. Some of it you can blame not just on the poor voice recognition of it, but also the fact that I'm talking so much on top of it. So now you can go like knight f3, knight f3. Knight f3. Red knight f3. Okay, that one at least worked. I don't like when it does something so wildly different too. Castle, castle, short castle. Kingside castle, castle, castle. Castle, castle, king. Kingside castle, short castle, castle. Okay, that worked just fine. And then you get to basically pawn h2, pawn h2. It should kind of know not to carry stuff over that you're seeing on your opponent's move and not try to do that. So now, I said pawn h2 and it did knight e5. It just captures the pawn. and I blunder my queen. So rook a rook d1, rook d1, rook capture d1, rook d1, rook d1. Rook d1, rook d1, d1, okay. This is so dumb. So I keep ending up blundering pieces. Like I already lost my queen. It's so hard to get this to properly work. Nor is it really probably all that enjoyable to watch either. There's got to be some game that you could really play in a good way with voice that would actually be fun. I'm surprised this voice recognition struggles so much though. Could be partly my speaker, but I think it was like this before too, even when I tried it on computer. It was very, very touchy and off. So you have, let me try maybe one more. I'm going to get banned for resigning so much, so quickly. You get banned for being too bad. And again, I'm only doing the 30-minute game just for the sake of it. Like, I don't really want it to be that long, and it probably won't take that long. And the way that these people move is so fast anyway that... yeah, at least I don't have to touch the screen, really. I just have to... you know, this is still less dangerous than actually sometimes what I do where I'm flicking through stuff or whatever. You know, either way, you just keep glancing at the screen, but it doesn't mean that you actually... doesn't mean that you are looking for very long or anything. And it's not even like I'm doing something wrong by resigning. I could just be losing. I just blundered my queen. I'm just a moron who doesn't know what I'm doing, but... why is it called 30-minute game? Because it takes 30 minutes to find a match, because I am in the queue for it. There we go. So they're white. Okay, the first move I just made just so we don't. Okay, so bishop to c4, bishop c4, or wait, bishop c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, bishop c5. Okay, that one went fine, so I'll try not to talk to him, but it'll carry over somehow. It always does that. It's their turn. Blindfold off. Confirm resignation. Like, look, man. I'm not even trolling, but I'm getting trolled. No matter what I'm saying, it should be nowhere near that. So now we go ahead, knight to f6. Knight f6. So we get bishop to... oh, wow. This is surprisingly bad, actually. I guess you would just have to not say anything else at all. Or have some toggle type. It's so close to being actually good. And like for your own purposes it would be fine. Let me try like maybe one more. No, clearly I'm just actually this bad. Where, you know, you're just blundering pieces, sacking it for no reason. when good players sacrifice a piece, it's a tactic. When bad players do it, it's a blunder. Or, you won't even know why you're doing it, even if it turns out to be good. But you see a lot of people actually play like that, where, it doesn't mean that it's actually good. Or, like, they don't know what they're doing, but they still do it just because, we think we're going to be cute. So you do something that might objectively be the best move, but then you won't be able to know how to really fully take advantage of it. So unless you can do the whole thing, you shouldn't even bother doing it. Imagine losing in 9 moves like Alireza, but then again, he resigned, so it's not like he really lost. He could have dragged it out if he wanted. Okay, bishop c4. Bishop c4, 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 bishop c4. Oh, we already had it make a move for us. It'll be f4, I think we did. I'll scare them that I'm using some weird opening that they don't know. Bishop c4, bishop c4. So now we go to maybe f5 or something. Like what? Let me try one like where I don't say anything. Okay, bishop c4. Purple, bishop c4, c4. c4. Bishop c4. Bishop c4. It does the pawn to see. Man, what the fuck is this? This is horrible. Okay, bishop d3. Bishop, oh my god. Bishop d3, bishop d3, bishop d3. Or pawn to g2, pawn g2, pawn g2, pawn g2. So bishop to bishop e2, bishop e2, bishop e2. I know it's front of the king, so you have to think about it for a second. Bishop e2, bishop e2, bishop e2. At least here it would have to be that, otherwise it's a legal move. Right, you have no choice. Bishop e2, bishop e2, bishop e2. Or maybe you would have rather done the knight there, actually, come to think of it. Battery low as well. I can't handle the fucking... Confirm resignation. Not yet. Let me test that. King f1. King f1. You can only imagine what a fucked up position this is. I can't even explain it or show it. And like when I go to upload this, I won't bother, so it's just whatever, it's random. And not like anybody watches this shit anyway. We can try one where I won't say anything. I won't say anything. I'll only say the moves, and we'll just deal with that. So it'll be mostly silent. ASMR, playing chess while driving with voice, no commentary. But you kind of know to filter that stuff out. Bishop c4. Knight f3. f3, knight f3. Pink. Or red, I guess it was red. Knight f3 or knight c3, knight c3, knight c3, knight c3, knight c3, blue. Knight e4. Knight c3. Knight c5. So C and E it gets confused with a lot. Knight f3. No. Knight f7, 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 knight f7. F7, knight f7, knight f... No! Knight f7, knight f7, knight f7, red, knight f7. Knight f7. Knight f7. F7, knight to f7, knight f7, knight f7, knight f7, knight f7. Knight e8. Knight e8. So it's working a little better. I wish I could talk kind of more frequently while doing that. I don't know how to really do it where that's going to be a factor. Like it's their move if they take a little bit longer. Okay. Knight E6. Knight E6. Knight E6. Knight E6. Knight capture bishop. So, knight F1, F8, knight F8. Red. Knight F8. Knight capture rook. Red. Knight capture rook. Knight F8. Capture, yeah. Castle, short castle, kingside. Castle, king. Castle. It's captured, but I'm up by so much, it doesn't matter. Castle. You dumb fucking piece of shit. Castle. Castle. Knight C3. Knight C3. Knight C3. So castle, king. Castle, king. King side, castle. Short, castle. Castle, castle, castle. Castle, castle, king, short, castle. Okay, it just moves the king up. I guess I could keep clicking and unclicking the stupid ass thing to activate the voice, so I could talk in the middle here, but pawn A2. Pawn A2. It seems to really be confused by castling as a command. Which is kind of fun just to be able to potentially do, though, and I'd be curious to see what other games would pop up if I said, what else would be good to do with voice. You could do Scrabble, you could do any board game, any turn-based game, arguably even games that aren't turn-based, like people beat Ornstein and Smog with their voice somehow. So pawn A2, pawn A2, 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 or it's A3, pawn A3, A3, A3. Duh, because you can't move any pawn to 2 because it's already on 2. Pawn A3 promotes. Apparently we're promoting. Okay, so today I'll go over some of my logical razors and then possibly watch some stuff after that. So I could literally publish a book with full of these logical razors and quotes and lines and things that I did, in the debate format and things like that. Because again, not that they don't take inspiration from other scholars and philosophers and stuff of the past, but the phrasing and the exact direction that I take them in is very unique. So they are all original, right? Nobody said it quite like that, or nobody said that exact idea in that exact way. So they may have some similarities to other things, but they are ultimately original, right? And I especially take pride in the phrasing of some of them, like they're so to the point, which normally that wouldn't matter for me, but just the way that people are such short attention span and stuff, it has a certain power to it that way, that you have to kind of make it, more short form. So here's one that I would use in the past, like this is true of the media and just in general, like gossip and stuff. When you hear more about someone than you do from them, something is not quite right with that perception. So for example, even it could be the worst person in the world, right? Like let's say it's Osama bin Laden or somebody, right? They would censor some of the things he would say, but they would say, oh, he's so bad. Or anybody like Saddam Hussein or someone, right? It's not about whether, what your conclusion is on them. It's like they'll censor everything he says and they'll tell you what he said or how he said it. Or you even see this now with Donald Trump. Like a lot of these other left-leaning networks, they won't say what he says fully. They'll cut an excerpt out and try to interpret what they think he means or what they want to spin it as. So in other words, when you hear more about someone than you do from them directly, right, there's probably some spin or propaganda on it. So again, you could hear fully what Osama bin Laden says and you would say, I disagree, and he's a bad guy or whatever. Or even at best, maybe what he says is convincing, but that doesn't justify his actions. So you can separate the two that way as well. Right, like with Hitler, he's a good speaker, but that doesn't mean that justifies anything he did. Right, actions and words are two totally different things. And so the point is that, again, when you hear more about someone from others than you do from that person, they can paint your view of it like, you hear all these negative things and you just assume it to be true, but you never actually hear it directly from the horse's mouth. So if you heard from them, you might be like, oh, maybe they're not so bad, but they can kind of control the narrative because, oh, you're only hearing what they have to say about them, what others have to say about them, and then they censor everything that they say themselves directly. Why can't you just hear from them directly and then come to your own conclusion, which might very well be the same thing, or it should be the same thing then, that they are bad, etc. And beyond that, it's like censorship in general, that people are really out of touch with social Darwinism, that you could say the most incorrect thing ever, right? I have an expression here, like, you could say whatever you want, and it wouldn't be a problem for various reasons, right? Number one, if it's simply false, then that would speak for itself. So it wouldn't be very hard to show that. So you could just make your own argument in rebuttal, or, rather than shutting down their claim and saying they shouldn't be able to say it, something that's false, etc., misinformation, disinformation, all these sort of terms that people use, instead of preventing them from saying something false, you could just say something true, and that should prevail, where the vast majority of people will believe that because it's true, so it should speak for itself, right? So that's number one. If it's simply false, that shouldn't be hard to portray. So, in other words, the argument shouldn't be that they shouldn't be allowed to make their case. It should be that your case is so much more compelling or better, assuming that it is, right, as your premise would be, that it wouldn't matter, right? They can say whatever they want, but your idea or your argument or the truth, whatever, will prevail because it's just better. And if somehow it's not better, then maybe your characterization of the other thing is not as bad as, it is worse than what it actually is. And so now you have, you hear more about them than from them, was the first one. But yeah, like, your characterization is incorrect. So that's why, again, if it's false, that should speak for itself, and you should easily be able to defeat it. Again, not by stopping them from saying it, but by portraying the truth instead. Right now, if it's like something that's mean-spirited but true, like, calling somebody fat, even if they actually are, or whatever, right, calling somebody something, you're not good at this thing, and you're not good. So this one wouldn't be offensive because it's a redundancy at most. It would just be annoying, like you're stating something that's already objectively true and that you already would be self-aware of and you already know. So why would your feelings be hurt? Either it's true and you already know, so you would agree with their criticism, so it's just redundant at worst, or you would characterize it differently and say, no, I don't think that's a bad thing after all. I'm perfectly content with it, therefore I'm not offended. So if there's nothing wrong with being that way, then you wouldn't be bothered by it. If there is something wrong with being that way, then you would already know it, right, because it's true and obvious, so therefore it's redundant and therefore not even offensive. Maybe just a minor annoyance at most. And then number three is, let's say it's some objectionable view, like, this is somehow hateful or just bad. So now we get out of the true and false thing and it's just subjective. But you would think that, again, the Darwinism of ideas, that, let them make their hateful case or bad case, whatever it is, and you make your positive good case, and then yours should prevail. So 95 people will agree with you, and only 5 will agree with them, right, because yours wins out, because it's just a better idea, right? So the Darwinism of ideas doesn't require you to censor other ones, it just requires you to make your case, and so the best argument against it is a better argument in and of itself, right, for something else. Or I have the other expression, like the best argument against something is a flawed argument for it, right, so people can see that for themselves. So just because there's a few crazy people or whatever who might believe that, or go along with it, doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to still say it. Right, so that's the gray area of like, what they're saying is just objectionable, it's somehow just bad, but then let people see how bad it is for themselves, and the vast majority should agree with that or decide that, if that is indeed the case, and so you wouldn't need to censor it, and again, you can make your case, and that should win out, assuming it is better. So that's the problem, like with Democrats, they want to try to shut down the competition instead of just saying, well, if they're as bad as we say, then they shouldn't get 74 million votes like Trump did, or, there shouldn't be a chance of them winning. Like, we have to vote against the big bad Trump because he's going to destroy democracy. But also, if he's so bad, then why would he even have a chance of winning? So obviously, it's not as simple as you're making it out to be. So what else? Just the fact that, again, you wouldn't need to censor any idea there. The best idea should prevail. You have to have all those options there. Right? Because, again, if something is so bad, then why would anybody believe it? Right? It would be hard to make that case. And anybody who does it would be a small percentage of people. Like, the vast majority of people are not going to believe something that's simply not true, or something that's simply, oh, that's just negative, hateful, harmful, whatever. So the next one here is the longevity process, which has to do with basically an absolutist way to measure life, or just in general, for anybody, like, if you hold a certain standard, like, this is what is assumed in society most, at the initial level, right, that people say the goal of life is to live as long as possible. That's their number one priority, or at least that's what people assume. Nobody wants to die, and everybody wants to live as long as possible, so we practice the zero-sum state of half-mass functionalism just so we can put food on the table and live as long as possible, right? That's the assumption, but it has a lot of contradictions and cognitive dissonance. In old age, for example, being senile is nothing more than, partly deteriorating body function, mind, etc. But part of it is also just that you have a case where you realize, like, the finite nature of existence finally, and you're faced with it directly, which you could be aware of that from the beginning too. Like, at any point in life, you can always be aware of the finite zero-sum nature of existence, but beyond that, you have the ability to do you're faced with it so directly, so only on your deathbed will you really see the truth of existence, or the folly, the error of your ways. So even with all the indoctrination that you may have, you will still feel uncomfortable, because it's like, why would I have any inhibitions that only serve a half-mass zero-sum purpose to restrain me in society and make it easier to control in a finite existence? Like, now that I'm about to die, whether because of age or some other condition, it no longer has any meaning, so why would I still be inhibited? So that's the cognitive dissonance that comes out. There is no good reason, but people pretend there is, or pretend it's absolute, just as long as it's useful, and then when you're about to die, it's no longer useful, so you say, oh, they're senile, but they're not really senile. Well, in part, they're just realizing the futility of human standards, that it's all just artificial, functional, half-mass, reactionary, just to sustain this, again, longevity process. But then once you get to the end of it, you realize, oh, it was just a zero-sum situation, so there's no inherent value. Right, so it's that assumption that you want to live as long as possible is the core priority of everybody. But then the alternatives that are posed and the contradictions that are here is like, you assume that, but then you show that hedonism is a priority when you engage in other things. Like, for example, you may consume certain substances, drugs, alcohol, you may smoke, you may have soda. So you're doing things that you know will reduce your lifespan, despite the supposed longevity process. So it shows you're not fully practicing it as a defined measure, or you don't even have a measure, you're not aware, you're not defining it, and so therefore you have a measure where it's inconsistent, because you're doing half-mass hedonism, so you're sacrificing the longevity process, living as long as possible, for the prospect of hedonism and other purposes. So you're doing things that you know are going to shorten your lifespan and are not consistent with living as long as possible. So that's the thing. It's not a question of what your measure should be. It's a question that it should be clearly defined and consistent. And so you're caught in a half-mass state where supposedly, oh, you're trying to live as long as possible, but also you're contradicting that, because then you wouldn't drink and smoke, and if you truly valued your life, you wouldn't do those things either. And so therefore you have a situation where you're basically able to see that is not the priority. So again, this is like the objective nature of looking at it. It's not saying whether you should or shouldn't do that, right? I'm not saying by observing this, you're not saying, oh, you should value longevity or you should value hedonism, but it's this inconsistency that you have. You'll claim to value longevity, or that'll be the premise of much in society, but then you practice things that are inconsistent with that. If you truly value your life, why would you have so much sugar? Why would you smoke? Why would you drink? So it's a form of hedonism or other elements here, dumbing down your senses to try to tolerate this imbalance overcompensation where again, you're inhibited all day in society in an unnatural way from your natural state and tendencies, whether it be in work, whether it be in school, right, home, family, and then you do some overcompensation because you're not at peace and you're inhibited and unnaturally imbalanced there. Now you'll drink and you'll party and you'll do these things with undue emphasis the other way, so you sort of overcompensate for that undue emphasis, imbalance, inhibition. Whereas if you were living in a more natural state, an inherent state at peace, just like in nature without all the overextension, etc., now you would no longer feel the need to do those things because you would be more in line with your base inherent nature. So you don't have to inhibit it extremely at one point and then overcompensate for it extremely at another. You would just say you're at a constant peace state, stable base state of existence. And so now the best way to show it is like stimuli, acme, sexual stuff, and nudist colony. Right? If you lived in a nudist colony and you just treat the human body like for what it is, it's just normal, it's just natural. You would still engage in sex at times and consensual way and everything that would still be fine, but it would no longer be this obsessive nature, like, oh, look at this poster, wow, this girl is naked, or, wow, look at this cleavage, and look at the, you see this on YouTube a lot, people obsessing over certain, whatever, slightly attractive women or whatever, right? There wouldn't be OnlyFans and stuff. There wouldn't be this much obsession with it because it would just be out there all the time. So now you have, it's just a normal part of life, and occasionally you can engage in the inherent stimuli acme basis, but it wouldn't be this undue emphasis. It wouldn't be positive or negative. You wouldn't be saying, oh, it's so special in the meaning of life. It's just a natural part of life. And then you also wouldn't say it's so negative that, oh, it's terrible and this and that. So it wouldn't be like this sort of juvenile, primitive mentality that, oh my goodness, look at this person on TV. They had a nip slip. They showed some cleavage. Wow. Like, okay, so what? Everybody's naked all the time. Now you don't have to overcompensate and balance and say, well, it's negative in these ways, so I have to inhibit myself all day to be away from the stimuli acme, and I have to act like it's a negative thing, and let's inhibit it all the time. And then also we get to overcompensate it for it later by obsessing over it and making our whole life about it and splitting it down the middle and basing marriage and economy on that, and undue emphasis, and oh, it's love and it's meant to be and it's so meaning of life. Right, you wouldn't have that extreme overcompensation, undue emphasis, but you also wouldn't have the negative emphasis. Oh, you're a slut, you're a whore, you're this and that. Right, multiple partner stigmatization. Right, so it would be more objective, and yeah, the best way to show it is just a society in which you're able to. A society in which you're able to, again, a nudist colony would have no need of such things. It would be just, oh, okay, it's just normal. It's just normal. Instead of, oh, we inhibit it all day, every day, wear clothing, cover up. And so now, oh, any little mention of it, you see what that creates, right? It's like a little kid who has the cookie jar up too high for them to reach. So now every little instance of, oh, a cookie fell out, so now I'm going to go get it. It's like this almost desperate, obsessive mentality that it creates because you're being inhibited. So in the same way, society keeps sexual things at an arm's length and sort of glorifies unduly and condemns unduly the base inherent nature of the human body, and the stimuli acme in general is kept at an arm's length. And so now every little mention of it or every little reference to it is oh, look at that, look at the little cleavage, look at this, look at that, and we kind of dance around and act like, oh, haha, look what a cute thing, look what a, wow, just it's funny or it's interesting or it's sexy or whatever, when again it would just be a natural, normal thing. So that's the whole strange element, is by placing undue emphasis you actually get less from it than just the base inherent state, and you realize it's not such a big deal and it's just normal. And so that obsessive nature over it is very strange, because this makes me think of a similar concept, that is the like water in the desert thing. Like the water tasted better, right, just because you were so deprived of it. So like you would deliberately deprive yourself of something just so that you enjoy it all the more. So like don't drink water for like 4 days, not that I'm telling you not to do it, and then drink water and it'll taste so much better than if you just simply had it. Like, oh, it was a hot day, so now I go in the AC and it feels so much better. Whereas if you were in it all day, it wouldn't feel good at all. So it's like this relief fallacy that something is better just by contrast to something else, or the lack of it, not inherently. So inherently, water is just water. Like, you just drink it, it's fine. But oh no, now it tastes so good because I haven't drank in hours or days or whatever, right? So it's creating this undue value for a different reason. And then here's another idea like this, the treetop fruit ideation, the idea that an animal will be at the bottom of a tree and they'll eat a fruit, and then they'll climb up to the top and eat a fruit there. And so the fruit at the top tastes better to them, let's say, psychologically, because of the work that they put in to get there, not because it actually tastes better. It could be the exact same thing, the same fruit, the same tree. It's no more ripe, it's no more sweet or tasty. It's just that it feels like it would, right, because of the accomplishment that went into getting it. So I say this with all kind of things like how hard you work to get it is what you're valuing, not actually the thing itself. So use it like in a video game, like, oh, there's this skin for like your character or something that everybody starts with. But even though it looks really cool, nobody really values it too much because everybody starts with it. Whereas, oh, you work super hard, you have to get to max level or high rank or something in order to get this other skin, even though it doesn't look that good, right? Like the legend card back in Hearthstone or something. But because you work so hard to get it, it feels better than what it actually is on its own. So the other element with that is the simple fact that you have, again, the fact that you have to climb the tree to get it makes it seem better once you get there. So it's a psychological thing that you're associating the feeling of accomplishment with it. Right, so that's one, and then next up is the nearness postulate, and that is just to say that it's a base observation that value comes from the self, so like non-bases of self. You're not measuring value in an objective, inherent way using a standard or criteria. You're simply measuring it on the basis and the level that you have, again, the only basis of value is the self. So something and how relative or near it is to you. So therefore, if somebody's dying on the street next to you, you'll value that because, oh, it's right happening in front of me. You're not doing it because, oh, I have a hierarchy of value that says somebody about to die or suffering like that is important to me, because you know that's happening halfway around the world or somewhere else in the world. Amalgam theory is, this notion of the human family, the amalgam theory that, all human beings are one family, so it dispels a lot of fallacies and notions like the only race is the human race, or, again, how can I eat 3 meals a day when I know that somebody's only having one halfway across the world, and it would have certain ideation like that. But the point is that with respect to the nearness postulate, somebody's dying on the street next to me, so I care about that. Look at what a good person I am. Look at my measure of value. But you know all the time that somebody's dying halfway across the world, potentially starving, etc., but you don't care about that. So again, it's not saying whether you should or shouldn't, but your criteria isn't simply the value of human life or even any potential impact you can have. It's simply the non-basis of self and nearness as far as what's happening around you. And so therefore, 30 minutes away, somebody could be dying, but 1 minute away, something more minor is happening, so you focus on that instead. You might think, oh, it's based on your ability to impact it, but if you truly wanted to, especially in the modern day with all the technology and resources we have, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, so you place it in a different way. And so now what you have is the simple ability to again, another part of the nearness postulate. So it's like the non-basis of self, as I call it. So all value and measure is not rooted in an inherent value or some standard that is being used and held as criteria. All value comes from the self and how relative or near something is to you. And therefore, we get back to one of the best examples of the nearness postulate, whether it be family, right? Again, the nearness to relation with them. In other words, you didn't choose your family, so it would be the most shallow, artificial relationship you have. But that's why people insist upon it so much. At least with your friends, you choose them to some degree, although we'll debunk that later. But family has all this emphasis placed on it, and the reason why is because that's why. Not because it is valuable, because it's not valuable, because you didn't choose it. So it's non-choice reaction, which I call, it's kind of easy to explain, like your base tendencies. You didn't choose to be born. You didn't choose to have to eat food. You didn't choose to have to drink water. So therefore, these are things that you didn't choose that you just have to react to. And so therefore, it creates a cognitive dissonance with that as well. And so most human accomplishment in technology is based on just taking those non-choice reactions and making them simpler, easier, inevitable, right, or even overcompensating for them. So like making food taste good makes up for the fact that you didn't choose to have to eat it in the first place. So you create this false meaning in means, in other words, false meaning of life in the zero-sum sustenance of life by saying, well, the food tastes good, and so now I'm going to mistake the means of existence for meaning in existence, as far as like hedonism of eating good food and how good it tastes doesn't try to overcompensate for the fact that I didn't choose to have to need to eat in the first place. And then beyond that, again, most of human accomplishment and priority and technology and machination process meaning the net sum of human technology in a particular era, right? So what we have today versus an earlier era in society and things like that. So the net sum of technology available. And so what that would tell you is that all that human accomplishment has ever been and all their technology and machination process is simply a way to take those non-choice reactions from an inherent standpoint, things that you didn't choose, the need to eat, drink, etc., and it just makes them either, again, overcompensative, like just better and enjoyable and mistake means as meaning, or it also takes them and makes them easier and almost removes the need, absolutist tendency there, right? Rather than overcompensate for something or do something, you can just remove the need to do it in the first place, minimalistic kind of point of view. And so the point with that is the simple fact that you have the ability to minimize something, minimize the things you can control, and maximize the things you can control. Kind of this little XQC thing that was going around that is like an absolutist phrasing. But the point is that you would remove the need for, what was I saying? Remove the need for the ability to you remove the need for something like, the base inherent non-choice reaction tendencies. So you would remove the need for it along the lines of, again, you make it easier. So one day we'll have a pill that fills you up for the whole day and gives you all the nutrients and things that you need. So in other words, by the end of it, you'll have a pill and that'll feed you for the whole day. And you won't have to eat anything and you'll be adequately have nutrition and everything that you need. Right? So now that's a great technological achievement, but it didn't do anything new for you. All it did was, again, reinforce and minimize the non-choice reaction that you had. So you mistake that for value. All it does is take a zero-sum non-choice reaction tendency and it makes it easier, or again, removes the need for it and minimizes it, makes it more convenient so you don't have to dwell on the cognitive dissonance of not having chosen it in the first place, for example. And beyond that, you have the ability to look at it like, there's another term, inherent, desired, suggested. These would be like the inherent tendencies of inherent man, like what is your inherent, desired, suggested thing that you would do? So for example, people might just have sex with anybody, everybody, all the time with no inhibition, whereas in society you're molded not to do that. So that might be your inherent, desired, suggested position, but you're not doing it because of some other inhibition. It's important to be aware of that and the contrivance response. So inherent man just being the inherent state of man without indoctrination, etc., of society. So like, for example, if you were born in the jungle, you would be inherent man, or you'd be more in line with that. And so no contact with human society. Your parent might be in the jungle as well, and they live the same way, but that would be inherent man. And so it's not a question whether you should be like that or not. It's just to be aware of your inherent tendencies and not to frame the contrivance response of society in direct contrast to inherent man's tendencies. Don't frame that as, oh, that is a false inherent now. Human beings are inherently good and they would never do anything wrong as we hold in our society. But in reality, they would do everything wrong, and they have throughout history, for example, or inherent man tendency would show you that. But that's why we have laws. So in other words, when you say something is wrong, you're admitting even inherently that it's not wrong, it's not an inherent, it's not an absolute. And the whole reason why you have to call it wrong is to stigmatize it so that people don't do it and to punish it in law, etc. And so the reason that you have to do all those things is because it's not inherent, it's not absolute. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it makes you aware of the nature of the process, right, where you have to actively uphold that illusion or contrivance response. In other words, the whole reason why we call things wrong is because we might not desire them to be done to us or something, but they're exactly the sort of things that people would do inherently with no inhibition. And so we're calling them wrong and evil, not because, that goes against human nature, but rather because that is human nature. And so it's kind of a fallacy. Does that mean I'm saying people are bad? No, I'm saying the reason why we call it bad, some of our tendencies, is because we don't like them, and so we want to try to change them or counteract them, which is fine. But you see how it's not that you're calling people bad, it's that people call things bad in the first place because they're things that people would naturally do that they're trying to stigmatize and prevent people from doing. But posing a false inherent has its own issues with it. For example, if you truly posed it as an inherent, you would say people are inherently good, so we don't have a system of law and order to punish them because they're just inherently good, so they would never do anything wrong anyway. Meanwhile, they still do, even with loads of indoctrination and enforcement, threat of enforcement, etc. So they still do it even beyond all that, but especially if you pose it as false inherent, you would have some issue with that. And so I kind of lost track of the one thing. Okay, nearness postulate. Let's finish up that one. And the way that you would do it is you would say, again, value comes from the self. So, for example, this is a good time with the stimuli acme, or even friends. Like, okay, family is the most shallow relationship because you didn't choose it. So you have to insist upon and overcompensate, because if you don't insist upon it and place undue emphasis and glorify it, etc., then you wouldn't value it at all because you didn't choose it at all. Then, like your friends you meet in your local environment. Typically, in the day of the internet, you can do more, but you meet them at school, you meet them at your workplace, you meet them in your community, and so that shows you, in other words, your best friends. What are the chances they happen to live in the same environment? But that's a defining factor of how that's the number one criteria. So you would realize on an objective level that you're not using an inherent criteria or a standard. That's secondary to nearness and the non-basis of self. And then everything else comes after. So you're not really using a standard. It's arbitrary, it's interchangeable. It's the same thing like with your country. Countries are just lines on a map, etc. But any special value you would have for it is simply just based on the fact that you live there. Right? You're not looking at them all objectively and saying, okay, I'm deciding to live here because I think it's the best one and because I actually have passion for it. No, it's just I'm insisting upon non-choice reaction because I happen to live there and I happen to be born there, and so you realize how interchangeable it would be. You could be anywhere else in the world and you would still feel basically the same way because your basis is not an actual standard that you have, even if it's relatively quote-unquote better or worse there by some other secondary criteria that you're using. And then beyond that, you have the simple reality that you're able to I use some of these filler phrases when I'm talking fast because I'm not used to talking fast, but then it keeps you in a good rhythm, right? And so now you have the stimuli acme element of the nearness postulate. Like, let's say you believe in love or something. My soulmate, the only one for me, out of 8 billion people in the world, what are the chances that the one I'm meant to be with and in love with happens to live in my same local environment? They live in the same state, county, city, country, etc., and they work at the same place, or they live only within 30 miles of me, and they happen to live in the same community or went to the same school. Wow, that means it's meant to be. Well, out of 8 billion people in the world, what are the chances that my soulmate, the only one I'm meant to be with, happen to live in the same immediate local environment as me, right? That is kind of exposing it both as a false absolute, the stimuli acme, that you're obsessing over, but also it shows you the nearness postulate. The primary defining basis of value is the nearness to you, and then all these other superficial subjective things can come in secondary, like, oh, their looks or their personality. Those things may well be important and the defining factor within that nearness postulate, but you wouldn't apply that broadly and say, well, their personality and their looks and things like that are the number one factor, but then you would go to all 8 billion people in the world and you would have to somehow measure that and say, is this person really have the best personality based on even my subjective criteria out of all 8 billion people in the world? Would you really be able to substantiate that? Or even with the looks aspect, like, out of all 8 billion people in the world, is this really the best looking person by my own subjective criteria, etc.? You're trying to tell me you wouldn't find a celebrity or somebody else, a model, more attractive. So you're trying to fool yourself into that and bypass your own cognitive dissonance by insisting upon an undue emphasis. You almost have to convince yourself. That's why you say, oh, I love you, I love you. You're not doing it because it's true, because if it was true and absolute, inherent, then it would go without saying. But you're doing it to almost convince yourself and to create this sort of ritualistic contrivance state that you can keep reinforcing constantly through contrivance state in perpetual pretense, such that you have ritualistic symbols like the ring, etc., to sort of latch on to in that way. So it's behavior that implies undue emphasis, cognitive dissonance that you are playing into for sure. And so again, that's the best way to explain the nearness postulate. The non-basis of self and the value based on how relative or near something is to you would be based in simply the fact that you're able to look at it like, what are the chances that my soulmate out of 8 billion people would happen to live in the same environment as me, the same city, the same town, really close to me, same school, same work? Like, what are the chances of that? Not that you're actually defining your whole basis of value based on that. That's why people will sometimes criticize, like, online dating or something, right? Not saying long distance per se is good, but would you rather have more options or less options, right? You could talk to potentially anybody around the world, well, even not in dating context, but let's say that especially, you could meet or talk to somebody anywhere in the world, and so it gives you more options. Now, after weighing those options, you could still decide, okay, I want to be with somebody in my local area, or who happens to be in my local area right now. Not that you couldn't meet and move and etc., but you could still come to that conclusion, but it gives you more options. So instead of only, like, back in my day, we used to just hang out and ask somebody out in our local environment. Yeah, because you didn't have the option to do anything else, right? But now you have the option. You could talk to somebody from halfway across the planet. So you have the option to talk to 8 billion people potentially, or you could still settle for local environment, but that doesn't have to be the sole criteria. So the criticism of that is sort of unfounded in a self-tell, where you're sort of insisting upon these antiquated notions just because you didn't have the technology then, or because it might have been useful or functional to do so, right? Like people say, oh, working hard and doing like all this physical mundane labor is so admirable and honorable. But if you get to a point where technology makes it easier, then you realize, oh, it's no longer necessary. So you're glorifying it just because it's functional sake, and it might convince people to do it and feel gratified, but you're not actually doing it because it's useful. So sometimes you see that. People will insist upon making things more difficult for themselves or doing it like a harder way just because, oh, you feel good about it, or, oh, it's the old-fashioned way, even if it doesn't serve any purpose, even if it's counterproductive, just because they're holding onto an antiquated notion that they've been brainwashed into seeking self-gratification, that, oh, look how hardworking I am, and you're placing false value on that, when really the only value is the zero-sum reactionary means that you're doing from it. So if you can achieve the same thing with less effort, then why wouldn't you do it? And if technology enables it, then so be it. But you'll see that condemned somehow that, oh, people are lazy, but it's more just that machination process has improved and changed. And so you would insist upon and mistake that, again, mistake the function as being valuable, not the zero-sum end. And what's funny about that is, again, like, oh, I'm working so hard, I'm working 3 jobs to take care of my kids and put food on the table, but you're the one who chose to have kids, generally, right? So if you couldn't handle it, then don't do it, kind of a thing. And, oh, I'm working so hard, I'm a doctor, but you're making 6 figures plus, so if you can't handle it, then go do something that doesn't stress you out so much. You're doing it for your own zero-sum end. So this is one thing that people fallaciously glorify, like, oh, look how hardworking I am, but you're doing it for your own money, you're getting paid for it, so why would we feel bad or impressed? Like, you're doing a job, so you get paid and you make money. So if you don't like it, do something that you do like, even if it makes less money, right? So do something you can handle without being so stressed out, etc. But again, why should we feel impressed? You're doing something for your own zero-sum self-interest. Zero-sum means the money that you're making. So why is that impressive? Like, oh, look how hardworking I am. But you're doing it for your own benefit. So that's your choice, right? Like, what am I supposed to be impressed? Wow, this guy's working so hard so that he makes money from his work, and he's using that money for himself and whatever. Like, I'm not condemning it. I'm just saying it's glorified out of proportion. You're acting like, oh, look how stressful it is, but you're only doing it for your own interest anyway. And then beyond that, you have the ability to let's do like a couple more here. This is pretty good. So the long form postulate is the belief that, or the idea that anything that is worth discussing or doing is worth doing in long form, doing so in long form. In other words, it would cut away at all these lowest common denominator short form dismissals. Like, you wouldn't make an argument like, oh, that person's just crazy, and then leave it at that. That's like a short form label dismissal attack to kind of just make it easy to discredit somebody or an argument. You would delve deeply into it and make a compelling case against it. So basically, it's just a principle that everything you do should be done in long form, kind of like what I'm doing now. But if you were to have a debate, it would go on for a very long amount of time. You would be very thorough. You would get all the information. You would get really deep into it. And then the conclusion would be more credible and thorough. It might be the same conclusion as you would have had anyway, but you wouldn't just dismiss something in short form the way that's the most common human fallacy, like just calling somebody a name or just dismissing them or just labeling them or just, doing anything like that. You would go into it in depth and be objective and go in long form discussion about it. I guess it doesn't even always have to be objective, but you would consider all angles, you would consider all information, and then come to the conclusion then, which might be much more nuanced and pose the willingness to be puzzled that many people do not have. But you have this idea that basically, again, long form postulate, if something is worth discussing or doing, it is worth doing so in long form. In other words, if it's not worth doing, then don't do it at all, basically, or you would never do anything in short form, like, oh, that guy's just crazy, and then you just dismiss it. That's not a very substantive take. So it's like the three layers, like with YouTube, for example, the three layers of YouTube interactivity. The lowest form is thumbs up, thumbs down, right? That doesn't really tell you anything. So they like it, they thumbs up, but it doesn't tell you why they like it or anything. And thumbs down, it doesn't tell you why they dislike it. So it's kind of useless to you, right, on any level. Then the second layer would be a comment, but it would be like a low effort comment, like, this sucks, you're stupid, this is great, right? So it doesn't tell you anything substantial, but at least they're saying something. And then the third level would be, they would again do it in sort of long form. They would tell you this video is good because of this and the lighting, or this is bad, you could do this better. And so it would be more constructive and useful. So again, if something, it's particularly notable just in debate and discourse, like, everybody will always try to do things in short form because it's easier and less thought, and it lets them come to conclusions quickly and, again, have this unwillingness to be puzzled. But the reality is that you're not doing yourself any favors by doing that, because you'll have sort of false certainties, or, again, it'll be a lot of labels, it'll be a lot of name calling, it'll be a lot of quick dismissal, instead of, again, let's discuss something objectively, let's depersonalize it, let's discuss it in long form, let's not have a lot of preconceived notions. And the problem with that is it leads to more questions than answers, and not so many false certainties and absolute broad sweeping claims. And so therefore you're not as comfortable doing that, because people would rather have an easy answer. So that is a staple. In fact, that was the core staple hallmark of the whole debate format, is that, again, being objective, and also, just being able to look at something in long form and fully discuss it to its conclusion, instead of I had a short story concept with that too, like two characters having a discussion that basically never ends. It's kind of like Waiting for Godot is sort of written like that, where they're just kind of waiting, and then they keep talking and talking and talking. So it's kind of similar. It starts off and it seems like they're having a conversation, but then because they're abiding basically by this long-form postulate, they keep going and going and going. So here's a good example, is like, if you say, tide goes in, tide goes out, Bill O'Reilly, right? You might think, oh, that's just silly. You can't explain that. But if you use the long-form postulate, he's correct. Not so much in his use of justifying God with that, because you could easily address that with the long-form postulate too. But, if God again, this is the one logical razor with that. If your premise dictates and your claim, you're the claim maker saying that God must exist instead of just saying I don't know, I'm just an ignorant human being, you would say that if your logic dictates that everything must be created, and your answer is God, that God created everything, then God too must be created by something, because your logic said that everything must be created and God is part of everything. But if you make an exception for God, then you can make an exception for everything too. So if God created the universe, what created God? And if God can be exempt from the need to be created that would justify his existence in the first place, then why couldn't you just make an exception and say, well, then the universe itself is exempt from the need to be created, the same way that God is. So it's a contradiction with the own premise and the claim that you are indeed making. And beyond that, you have the idea that you had the other idea that I was saying, again, long form, that you would address tide goes in, tide goes out. The way that you would look at that is, he's technically correct, again, dismissing the religious part of the claim that he's trying to make, is that you could say, well, it's the moon and it's the way that, nature works. You could explain it. Like, why does it rain? Well, because of precipitation, condensation, etc., right? Evaporation, condensation, precipitation. But if you trace it back far enough, okay, then why did those things happen? And then why did those things exist? So, why does the moon exist then in the first place? Why does this process work the way it does? If you trace it back far enough in long form, you would realize you can't explain the base core origin of everything. In other words, where did it come from and why exactly does it work like that? So you can only explain it reactively. Like, well, it rains because there's already existing bodies of water, and those bodies of water get evaporated by, different temperatures that just happen to exist and happen to work that way. Right, and then they form clouds, and then they condensate, and then they rain back down. But what you're never addressing is why any of those things exist in the first place, or why they work, or how exactly they work the way they do. Again, you're explaining it reactively, like, okay, this is why it evaporates, but why is it there in the first place? Where did the water come from? And then also, why exactly does that process happen? Because of weather. And so why did the weather start? Why does the weather work like that? Again, so in a matter-of-fact sense, they say, well, the tide goes in, tide goes out because of the moon. But again, why is the moon there? Where did it come from? Why does it work exactly that way? Again, only reactionary answers, but if you trace it back far enough in long form, it leads me back to an expression like, you would see I always misquote this a little bit how I said it, but you see every single thing and everything and everything and every single thing. So you would ask that about everything. You see a blade of grass, you see a little drop of rain, and you can see the totality of all existence in there that would be necessary to have that happen. And to trace it back to that simple drop of rain would make you question, what is this basically? What is everything? Where did this come from? Where did everything come from? You could see it in just that little drop of rain, or conversely, you could see every single thing and everything. You can look at the universe as a whole and see it would be nothing without each little part of it. So without this blade of grass, without this bit of rain, you wouldn't have the totality of it either. I had a better way of maybe saying that, but it's like you see every single thing and everything too, that you see these are all parts of the same whole effectively. And the final one I want to do here is this one about credibility. The fact that you're in a talk show, or you're up on stage and you're having making a speech and having a debate, right? So we're up on stage having a debate, and I'm just some random person, let's say off the street, and the person sitting next to me is a highly accomplished person in this field, right? Whatever it might be that we're discussing, science or politics, etc. So they're making their argument and they say, well, I have this many years of experience, but that is no longer relevant. That's the reason why that we gave you the mic. In other words, your credibility and experience is why you have the mic and why the camera's on you and why we listen, right? That's why you're given that opportunity. But then once you're in front of the mic, in other words, you're in front of public discourse and everybody's listening, now you have to make your case. So in other words, don't use your credibility or background to make the case and say, well, I'm right about this argument because I have this many years of experience. But that's why we listen. So in other words, your credibility is why we listen to you in the first place and why you're given the proverbial mic to speak into. But now once you have it, you have to actually make a case that substantiates itself. So in other words, let's say somebody has no experience and they make their case, that shouldn't be used against them. You should judge the case that they're making on its own terms and realize, oh, this guy made a better case, so therefore it doesn't matter who he is, right? The thought process, the idea speaks for itself, separate from the self. Don't specify the person to the idea just because they had the idea at one point, right? And don't specify the idea to the person just because it's associated with them, like, oh, they came up with it, but the idea is just the idea, so it doesn't matter. Right? Anybody can think the same idea. Anybody can think anything that the mind is capable of the thing. So it just happens to be associated with that one person, but it doesn't mean it's limited to that person. And on the flip side, it's don't specify a person to an idea because, oh, they just happen to have the idea at one time, but then 5 minutes later they can turn around and have a contrary idea or say it. So you can have two contrary ideas back to back or at the same time. So if you're defined by one, then you'd be defined by the other the next minute. So how can you be two opposite, contrary, polar opposite things 5 minutes from each other? It shows you the human variable that people are not so easily defined, and that, again, a thought process is a variable thing, that anybody can think anything at any time, even contrary things. So you don't have to be defined by them, right? You're just capable to think them and consider them. And so, again, your credibility and experience are why we give you the mic. It's why we listen to you. But then once we listen, you have to make a credible case in and of its own right? Then we can judge your argument on its own merits and terms. You can't just fall back and say, well, this person is right because of their experience. No. This person, you should listen to this person because of their experience. But then once you hear what they say, you have to judge it for yourself and say, what merit does it have or not have? What value does what they're saying actually have? What does it make sense? Does it not make sense? And again, if you say that, well, they have more experience than you, so therefore they're right and you're wrong. But the emperor wears no clothes fallacy, basically, where their experience no longer matters now. Now you have to actually make a good, compelling case, which they may or may not do. So again, even if you have no experience, you could make a great case and have a great idea, or even if you have a lot of experience, you can make a bad case. Okay, so here I'll try to do the voice thing, even though I've stopped. I'll still test it on the chest thing. So if only I had a way to get it to, like, turn on and off that without touching it, which is the whole point of using fucking voice. I'll do a 10-minute game, so it has the audio thing on. So let me see. You'd have to, like, say listen and not listen. Like, listen. So now, night F3. Listen. It doesn't seem to work, so you have to keep tapping it. So now, I'm just kind of playing normally for now. I should get better at sort of reading the notation. Voice input. But how come it keeps, like... how come... I'm intrigued by the prospect of doing this, like playing at a high level. Not that I do anyway, but there is something to it where it would be sort of funny or satisfying. I just have to read out what they're doing too, and that would ruin it. So you'd have to almost just keep doing this. Stop listening. Start listening. Pawn D3. Listen, pawn D3. Castle, kingside, short castle. No, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, I guess in the long... That's so annoying. Like, it defeats the whole purpose of doing it. Right, like... I'll have to keep tapping that button while driving to do this, which, again, as the game goes on in a longer game, longer format time, it could be relevant, but like where it's not a big deal, but it defeats the whole thing. Like how use the button to toggle. We show arrows, enable push to talk. Again, that wouldn't really be relevant for me because of the simple fact that you have maybe you could use the color somehow, like only if you say the color. Phonetic alphabet, just to improve. Like, I like the feature, but it's useless if you have to keep doing this, where you, I'm just sort of playing like normally now. But let me try to do it. Like, okay, it's their move. So they've castled. So if I say my move first, or no, it's... I would have to just keep hitting it. Because like I want to be able to talk and have ongoing commentary as I'm doing this. Maybe even I shouldn't overdo it. Like watch something as we're doing it. But I'd have to keep hitting that, which is... Again, you're not making a move like every 5 seconds, especially in a longer format. So like now I'll hit the button. Pawn A3. Now that did it, and now I can turn it off. But what the fuck is the point if I'm having to put so much attention to still do this? If it just had to listen command, listen, don't listen, listen. And now we'll go pawn B4. But no, I should learn notation like this to say, like, I'm telling you what they're doing so you can actually see and appreciate a high level, probably, 1800 rated game. So they went D6. So the position is, from the starting position, what is different, I'll tell you. You have an A6 pawn for black. You have the black knight on C6. You have the D6 pawn raised. You have the E5 pawn raised, and then you have the king castled on G8 and the rook obviously on F8, and then you have the knight on F6, and then black knight obviously F6, and then you have the black bishop on obviously C5. And the basis for white, again, what's different from starting position, the king is castled on G1 and the rook is on F1, the knight is on F3, and then the pawn is on E4, the pawn is on D3, and then the pawn is on A3, and then the knight is on C3, and then the bishop is on C4. So that's everything that's different from the starting position. And now I'll turn the thing on. Pawn B4. Bro really spitting fire with these moves because that's like the emoji people use, like the guy talking or whatever. So now we're threatening his bishop obviously on C5. And so now he moves the bishop to D4. And so given the fact that I like to trade knights for bishop generally, which of course bishops are better, I'm going to say knight D4. So it works pretty well when you do it like this in a selective sense. So now knight captures the bishop on D4, then his knight recaptures back. The knight from obviously C6 captures on D4. So now I could try to offer up the trade off the other knight too. So I'll go or you know what, let's hold that and put a little more pressure on first. So we'll go bishop B2. Bishop B2. I love that that's the biggest problem with this, is the whole listen, stop listening. Bishop B2. Now what you can do is put double pressure and sort of force him to take, in the sense that now I'll go knight E2. Then if he doesn't take, then I can double take, because I can take the knight and then take the pawn that takes back from E5. They're playing at a moderate level. This is like 1500-ish rated, which is obviously, I'm probably at least a little better than that, but so now they're threatening the bishop from the pawn on b5. And the natural response is just move back, and you don't want it to get taken by the knight, so you wouldn't go to b3, you would go to a2. Bishop a2. Bishop a2. Or sometimes I genuinely don't know the notation, so I'll say it wrong. Like I think I'm saying 2, but it's actually 7, like on the other side of the board. So the time is about even. Again, you would think, okay, maybe I could play 10-minute games, but you know, when you're driving and doing all this, it's problematic. It's a contradiction because you could say, you know, oh, how could the word listen work? Because it's not listening already, but that should be what activates it to listen. But no, I mean, I could do a classical game for whatever reason and then also talk about, like, random subjects or whatever, too. So now, the bishop is being posed as a threat, but I don't really care about taking that as much. He goes bishop to e6, and so if I take it, he can take back even with the knight, so he wouldn't even have to double his pawn, like, from f, whatever, f7, he wouldn't even have to do that. So now I'll ignore that, as I'm covered by the rook anyway, so I'll go knight e2. It's been pretty accurate here, actually, so it's just all the other rambling talking that I do that sort of undermines it a little bit. Now, their incentive is to capture, because otherwise I'm double threatening on d4. They could recover it again, though. They could bring the pawn on, like, c5. Then even if I take, he does do that, exactly. Even if I take, he takes back. So now, pawn c5. So now he captures back with the pawn, obviously, from d6, from d6, so on to c5. Now, even if I try to double take, it's only going to block up the diagonal, but I'll still do it. So I'll go knight d4. So now he'll capture with either pawn. But now the whole idea, so he captures with the c5 pawn onto d4, captures the knight. So now what we learned from this is, the way that you kind of go through this is you'll try to push the f4 pawn up to the pawn on f-file to 4, and then you try to attack the pawn there, and then you can hit it with the bishop. Then the d4 pawn will lose its cover. That's kind of the intention, even though it's covered by the queen for now. That's maybe the thought process behind it. You could also try to push this one into it, the c3 pawn, but I kind of don't want to do that. So let me immediately do this, actually, because there's nothing else going on. So he obviously captured from c5 to d4, pawn f4. So now, if he captures, I can easily capture back. There's no other additional cover or relevant position. And so now you're able to look at it from a perspective that, imagine losing to somebody on fucking voice chat while driving even, although, you know, not right now. Now, whether he takes or not, and he can't even cover back with the pawn, because his knight was obviously there. So he moves knight from f6 to g5, or 4, obviously I should know how the knight moves. So now, what's interesting is you could do a double threat. Rather than taking the pawn, you could raise my pawn from f4 to f5, I have to hurry, thereby you're attacking both pawn f5. You're attacking both the knight with the queen now that isn't covered and the bishop that is being attacked by the pawn that is obviously covered by the rook and another pawn. So instead he takes another piece altogether, and so that maybe he takes the bishop on a2, rook a2, now he gets a fork on e3, which is ridiculous that he turned that into positive. So now I will go queen f3, queen f3. So now you can hit the pawn. Okay, he captures, so king f1. I have like a minute left, so I gotta hurry the fuck up. That little rook take thing wouldn't even matter that much. Like, I can deal with it. Bishop c1. He moved his queen to g5. Okay, it was a free take, it was uncovered, so king f2. King f2. Clearly the panic is setting in. He checks on d2. King g1. Alright, somehow I put the queen there. I don't know how. Okay, queen captures queen. It's making these moves without me even saying anything. King f1. King f1. But no, I did make a mistake with the fork and that bishop move. King e1. He brings the rook down to the king d1. So now he has double stacked rooks on the c pile, attacking the c2 pawn. King c1. I'm going to lose on time in a way that's so unceremonious. So that wasn't an impressive thing at all. But no, I mean, I should try that to some degree. I kind of like the idea, or let me look up what I was trying to look up the other time. That best games you can play with voice only. Like, pretend, you don't have arms or something, or you're blind, and it would have to give you some audio feedback, I guess. Right, it would be kind of a cool thing. I guess you could play chess if you're blind, because you can visualize and picture the board. Play games entirely with voice. Apparently it shows up phasmophobia. Talon Voice, but is that a game or what the hell is that? Talon Community. Hand-free input. I doubt that would work very well on phone. Let me see. But no, any turn-based games like this. Top free games, voice control support. Would be pretty fascinating to actually do this. It would be hard to match, though. Can I play with voice chat on a PC, but not with voice chat, like it happens to have voice chat, but I mean, like Fortnite or something they're saying, but I mean, like, you can play it actually with voice, like using voice chat. I guess this is probably one of the best things you can do. Voice games. Alexa plays Starfinder. Starfinder is a big budget interactive audio adventure for Alexa, starring Laura Bailey and Nathan Fillion. Risk. Yeah, like this is what I mean. Like, where you can talk to a game where you can voice chat with NPC, kind of like that. Like, you make choices, and that would be fucking amazing, actually. Video games, PC, talk to. Horror games use NPC using player voice to lure victims. Let me see. Voice chat with AI, but there could be like a choice game like that just simply lets you voice chat free mode. Okay. There's an AI for that. You know, the best way to design something is to let people get into it without all this bullshit first. Like, stop doing all this. So, let me see. Come on. Okay, voice chat free mode. Oh my god. Plug and play AI assistant. Martin is an AI. Not an assistant, though, like, free plus from $10 a month. Real-time voice interact. Like, just let me just try it. Why is this so hard to do? Okay, can't ask for permission. Why does it make me sign in if I just did that on the other site? It's just kind of outsourcing to different sites. But yeah, you could play like a game where you don't have to like move around and stuff, which a lot of phone games would be anyway. And the reason why is because, you know, you go around shop to shop and you just make choices. Like a choice game that you could play entirely with this thing. With the voice. I don't know why that's so hard to figure. You make choices, you do things like that. Welcome, your name, I don't really care. Birthday, don't really care, but it'll do this for fucking, oh my god. Must be 18, man, Man. I'm a boomer, 1959. Okay, Vincent, can you just let me try it? Evening, it's quiet out, isn't it? I'm Vincent, I'll be able to help you if you need. Hello, Vincent, how are you? Let's try. Hello. Or here you would have to mute it too, because if I keep... First of all, I don't think it's working at all, but you'd have to go into settings and enable something that would let it use the mic. It's so annoying to get anything to work, I don't know. Sound, vibration. You probably go to apps and just give permission, maybe. Permission manager. Microphone access. Allow while using, ask every time. I don't know what exactly. It's just on Chrome, so it should work. Remove permissions if app isn't used. I guess you could download it as an app. Okay, can you just... Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Man, that's so annoying. Okay, let me do a classical one just for the fuck of it, and then I'll practice turning. It's amazing the basic functionality that is lacking in some of these things. You can do all this where you can't just toggle it on or off or something. And no, it's not that it started. I just literally, this is how long it takes to find a match. So I don't even have this long if it takes that long, but I mostly just want to test it. What you have is a simple ability to have to manually toggle that thing on and off constantly. Every single move. But maybe in the opening, I'll see how fast they move really, but... Or wow, this just broke too. It's just not even working at all. Or I'll be banned for... Or I think I'm much lower now in here because I dropped so many games. I'm going to do 15 plus 10, but I think that's still... Oh, no, that's considered rapid, which is kind of stupid. So that, at least my rating should be higher. What we just had, around 1,500. I mean, 15 plus 10 is going to take probably at least 20 minutes, so... It should be good enough. Let me try it. The first couple moves, I go E4. He goes E5. knight f3, knight f3, you toggle on, toggle off. He goes knight f6, or no, c6. Bishop c4. So, again, you could follow this exactly. Just all you need is notation. So he goes pawn d6, pawn h3, so that's to stop the pin on the knight there specifically. But I love that implication. If you're good enough, you can play in your head like blindfold chess. So, you know, you can just it gets to that point where you can imagine everything so well. I wonder at what point people would really say that would become relevant or possible. I go around what rating? Because I couldn't do it at all. It's not even a question like, oh, I'll play at a lower level than what I normally do, as if there's such a thing. But so he goes queen e7, castle. So now what do we have here? Just pretty standard position. I just want the ego that goes along with imagine actually winning a game or losing a game to somebody doing it like this. This is not like an ordinary circumstance. He goes bishop e6. Bishop e6. Bishop e6. We capture right back, he captures with the queen, or he's now queen e6. Knight c3. C green, it said. Queenside castle. Now, pawn d4, or I didn't even turn, pawn d4. It should be maybe better at, like, knocking stuff out, like that you obviously don't mean to say as part of that. So he goes pawn g6. Well, pawn g6, so let me go, well, it seems like a fork, but the last guy avoided it pretty easily. Pawn d5. They're forking the queen and getting forked by somebody using voice chat and eating food and soon to be driving. I'd love to hear that as a reason why somebody crashes or something. Or gets a ticket or whatever the fuck. Now, wherever you go, you can't immediately threaten anything or give a check, so therefore, like, how did the last guy escape it? He escaped it by doing a particular thing, which I forget now. I guess by capturing my bishop that was already, under constant threat of his bishop. And so there wasn't really like a great way around it. Okay, so now we'll finish the drive and we should have time. And that one almost misrepresents how good we'll be in the voice context, because obviously you have, I'm at such a massive advantage now that we're now on a handicap. It shouldn't have such an issue, but looking at the board constantly will be difficult. I'm intrigued by just doing this at a high level to show, like, how comical that is, because it doesn't require anything. So he's still thinking. So his queen and knight are forward on D, like C6 and C6 and E6 from the pawn on D5, I guess. And so therefore you have to consider that. Again, it doesn't mean you win the game, but then again, generally, that's all it takes often to win a game, or it would imply that because they would make a mistake like that, that means you won the game either way, because they're so bad that, imagine making a mistake like that, first of all, and then, recovering. So he makes a move, he goes queen to D7. So he's done queen to D7, so he escapes the fork there, but obviously the knight's about to get taken. So when I'm able to here, I'll tap this knight, or pawn C6. So we go ahead, we capture the knight, and see, the problem is if you leave it on, then he recaptures back on C6 with the queen. If we leave it on, even on his turn, it'll still kind of keep that stuff in a backlog, and it might end up doing it. Like, it'll still try to do it, because it's like on a delay. So now it's my turn again, and so now we want to start attacking the queen side itself. And the way that you can do that, we should try to develop firstly. Let's develop the bishop going in that direction. So we'll go bishop E3. So that is a little awkward spot, but you have the ability, you're attacking the one pawn on the queen side that is naturally not covered as a result of queen side castling. Of course, there's a bit of a trap with that. If you do take, then they can raise the pawn in front of it, like on B6, right? Then you can't escape, and then the king can come in and attack the bishop, and then you actually get a trap. So that's one of those bait plays that can take place. But now he moves the king to B8 to try to cover that pawn, and so that's perfectly fine. So now let's consider what we can do here. Pawn A4. It's actually not bad when I do it like this, but it's a little bit after. Just every once in a while you got to do this. Once you're a little further into a game, I don't mind it. Right, it's more so the beginning, because now I don't feel bad for taking longer, or it's only natural that both players will take longer, so you're not constantly doing it, and it gives you time to talk about other stuff. This is a pretty fun idea. I like this, because, I don't know, there's nothing I really feel like watching, or I could watch something in addition, but that's too much stimulation. Let's actually try to focus and understand the notation as we're doing this. So we're already up a piece complements of the fork, but now we're trying to push these pawns towards the queen side, because obviously, there's no reason to hesitate doing that, because they're not doing anything for you. right, the pawns are only important on the king side. So even though queenside castling is associated with aggressive play by the person doing it, it also opens you up to aggressive play. So he raises the pawn to a6. And so now that bishop is attacking in directly next to the queen, next to the king, I mean. But you would need the queen to get in there as well. And so what you have now is we can sort of just keep pushing the pawns on this side. Not that I want to be too lazy or that I can really calculate too much, but what you have is the ability to basically the stoplight gambit, make your move at when there's a red light, which is infinitesimally better than what your move would be otherwise. Pawn b4. In before, that's a bad move. Or like c4 is the explosive pawn move, explosive attacking position, which is why it's so overly common as a developing move, which I always thought those kind of moves were unnatural. c4 or even d4 with the bishop is kind of weird, or I mean c5. We're pushing towards the queen side and they're not putting on much resistance, and they're certainly not attacking me. I don't feel under threat at all. So I don't really have a super great plan for this, but I'm satisfied with... I love the idea of doing this in other games, but there's something I would have to set up externally. It's not an easy category just based on Googling it that people can see. I think I just blundered a piece by doing that. So the queen took on c3, and I guess that was the knight that was previously covered by the pawn. So not much we can say about that. But his whole board is undeveloped. So let me go pawn b5. But no, there's so many games you could potentially play, either turn-based games, Go, Shogi, etc. And you could also do, again, like I'm just imagining like a choice game. You keep making a set of two choices and you could just talk as you're doing it. Or again, like some sort of AI thing where you're talking to the AI back and forth. Or the simple fact that you're able to, again, just have a game where it's like all conversations. You're in a dungeon and one of you wants to go one way and the other way. So you decide, no, let's stick together. And you do all these things by voice. It's unbelievable to me that wouldn't be more of a common thing. Again, people say because of disability, but even just the convenience of doing this in the car or whatever. Like, I love that idea. But I can imagine a game that's like that where now they go queen to b4. Bishop d2. So now I think they can take that pawn there on e4 there. So we are blundering stuff pretty much left and right. And there's really nothing I can do about it. It's fine. So the score should be even now. Or no, now they're +2. Wait, how are they +2 when it looked like they were +0? Maybe I just couldn't see it. So I am playing badly. I'm making mistakes. It's okay. So let's just ignore pawn b6. So yeah, any strategy game, turn-based game, choice game, you could do with voice, where again you're just making certain dialogue options that you have, choices that you have, forks in the road. There aren't enough games that really do that well. Like, just with text alone, you could tell a fascinating story just with all these different branching paths and two choices that you have. So they capture on b6 with the pawn on c7. And of course, I thought my bishop was still there, but of course we just moved that, and so now that was a mistake. Pawn a6. And so now it did something wrong. The bishop, okay, this one's falling apart. I should have taken the draw. Okay, so I pretty much lost this one. That's fine with me. But no, like, even card game. Oh, that would be fun. Card games. I could play Yu-Gi-Oh. I could play Hearthstone. It would be compelling to see. Although this phone is so shitty, it can hardly handle that. So I don't mind. I don't know what happened here. Pawn a7. And like when the pieces get taken, now they sort of cover up the voice thing. So it would honestly be probably easier just to fucking manually make the move myself than have to do this shit. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, I was doing so well, I got the fork, I was winning, and then, I admit, it wasn't even because it wasn't working, though, even though the last move was like that. It was because I decided to make a couple of moves that were not good, where I left knight uncovered with the b4 move, and I left the pawn uncovered. Pawn a6. Yeah, as the pieces, sort of the icons cover up the voice thing, it makes it so much harder to actually use it now. And wait, it apparently didn't even do what I was trying to do. I mean, again, I could have easily took the draw, but I just chose not to. That was depressing because I was actually playing well and it was fine. And then I make a couple mistakes, which is kind of understandable, but you know, even now it's fine. Let me try. Pawn a6. Pawn a6. The fuck is going on? Or is it a5? Wait, how could it be though? Why is a5? Rook a5. Oh, the knight decided to take. That's nice. Okay. I like when it's so totally random and different, but it's because I'm rambling on, obviously, in between everything. It is an interesting dynamic for sure. I mean, this one's obviously over. There's no point even doing it. But no, you could play a card game because you could just look at what they're doing, and there's got to be a way to do it, like just voice input in general. Like you just say play that would be so fun. Actually, I kind of want to do that. But how would I? Take back request. What would be the take back though? Why would they even want to do that? Like I think I asked for a take back without meaning to, but no, like play Reno Jackson. That would be so fucking funny, dude. But again, I would need sort of like a better phone or something to do it, because somehow, or I could play it like on my mobile hotspot from this phone on the other phone that's good enough to handle it. Right, but then again, that's the phone that I record on too, that I'm recording on. Which maybe that's fine. Maybe it can still do both at the same time. It could have the recording going in the background. I'm not even trying to be a bad sport. It's just like I can't fucking do anything. Rook A5, which will get captured promptly by the queen. Confirm resignation. I probably should at this point, but cancel resignation. Rematch orange. Yeah, we want to play against Jeremiah Gottwald from fucking Code Yes. Yeah, okay, dude. Now, when I don't want it to make the move, it does it. We're just strategically playing for a stalemate in the optimal way. Queen B1. Man, that's such a beautiful position. What a fucking dog shit game. Queen B1. But I like how it does have inherent value. Seeing the chessboard might be valuable, but you can actually see the game and input the game. And if I was playing at a higher level, you know what I mean? Like, it would actually have merit to it. It might seem stupid. Who would want to listen to you playing a game? But it's the same thing as watching it. Like, I could put the board over it myself, in editing and in post. But Rook D1. The Rook is Division 1, like a sport, fucking whatever the fuck that even means. I don't know. Rook D1. Rook D1. Rook D1. Okay, so it eventually did it. I think I even stopped seeing what their moves are at a certain point, but basically it's just a disaster. I'm just losing because we blundered like the bishop, and I made a couple blunders. I blundered the knight myself, and I blundered a pawn myself. But so then it was pretty much I'm -2, but I could still recover because I had gotten the advantage earlier from the fork. But then it randomly did bishop to like h6 just because, it just did it on its own. And it becomes hard to actually interact with the speaker thing at some point because of the simple fact that you have, draw for because of the simple fact that you have a simple ability, and I can't even express what it is. Whatever, I was in a great position, so I'm happy with that. And no, but some fucking maniac did Ornstein and Smog with only voice, but it would have to be like a little better setup, or it's on computer. But for all intents and purposes, yeah, you could play any game like that. You could play Dark Souls, even like a first-person shooter, where you fucking, I don't know exactly how that would work, but like go at a 90-degree angle, and you would have to know all the geometry of aiming and stuff, like with how you're moving your camera. Or you could just have like a lock-on feature, so like lock on to this such and such thing. It's just so funny the kind of shit you can do in this day and age. You'd be playing a AAA game, but no, it's like, this is pretty perfect for it. And so I'm not entirely happy with the way that one went, because that was like a deserved win. And again, I made a couple of mistakes though, so I can accept that, but then it was compounded by, I made a couple of mistakes, but then the fucking voice thing fucked me over after that to compound it.